4, 3, 2, 1. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Them old mistakes are gone, I won't do them no more. That's old news, that's new news, I done did that before. I turn nothing to something, my comeback on 100. Let's talk it, more action, you just gon' see coming. I just keep elevating, no losses, just upgrading. My lessons made blessings, I turn that into money. They gotta never settle, this view is so much better. I'm chilling, I'm winning, like on another level. Oh, you can talk all you want. See me, I see praying, nothing I'm afraid of, and I can have it all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, everyone, welcome to day 2 of our Summercamp Summit. I'm so excited. I'm not your host today. Dr. Connie is our host. She'll be here with us this morning, but I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome to you guys. Go ahead and get in the room. While you guys are getting in the room, we're going to show a quick recap video just to make sure that everybody gets in. Yesterday was phenomenal, and I cannot wait for day 2. Call your bestie. Tell them we're on. Let's go.
You don't need no beat, you better hype your bestie up. You don't need no, yeah, you better throw it, 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 ooh, you better.
We have Brandy Wood Smith coming up. He is committed to seeing your missions, your visions through. So I want you to put your hands together for Brandy Wood.
Let me see you moving, girl. You ain't even trying. Back it up. Let me sit this belly on your spine. I said you don't need no beat. You better hype your bestie up. You don't need no beat. You better hype.
Hey, listen, I hope you have called your bestie, text your bestie, told your bestie, listen, get in the room because the summer summit has started. Listen, they don't need to miss anything and you don't need to either. So go ahead, text your bestie, call them up and tell them, listen, I'm looking for you. Why are you not here? We're so excited though, for those who are here with us right now. Listen, I hope that you made it to day 1. Good morning. Morning be good to you all the way from Buffalo, New York. That's what I'm talking about. If you are on and you can hear me, morning be good. If this is your first day, put a 1 in the chat. If you were here yesterday, put a 2 in the chat. I want to see who is back again and ready for day 2. If this is your first time, morning be good to you. I'm excited to hang out with you. Let's get this party started. If you are coming in, tell me where you're coming in from. I want to say hello. Okay. I see Aaliyah in the building. Tiffany Spears, Kenyatta. Come on. No, 2. Okay. 2. 1. I see you. Yolanda. Hello. Good morning. Morning be good to you. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited. Listen, day 1 was phenomenal, but I want to personally welcome you to the Sensational Childcare Summit. Yes, we are getting you ready for the summer. It is going to be phenomenal. It is going to be a success. And guess what? In 48 hours, we're giving you the tools that you need. Your coach, your bestie in your head, Brandy Wood Smith, is in the building today. Listen, yesterday, if you missed it, you missed a treat. I'm going to give us some housekeeping rules just so we know why we're here, what we came to do. and I want you locked and loaded. So listen, I hope you had breakfast. I hope you made coffee for everybody in the house, and let them know that this moment is yours, that they need to give you the first half of the day so that you can fill your cup, so you can be ready, not just to end the school year, but to make sure your summer is a success. So let's talk about it right quick. Why you guys are still coming in. What are our goals? Why now? Why did we do this summer camp summit? We do it all the time, but it is to support childcare owners and directors in planning for a sensational summer camp. We want it to be sensational. We want it to be something to remember. To support childcare owners and directors with new ideas and strategies to engage students. Listen, yesterday was so mind-blowing. We got so many new ideas and creative strategies. I had a notepad full of notes. It was phenomenal. To support childcare owners and directors in marketing their childcare center. And then last but not least, to support childcare owners and directors in staffing and team growth. Those are our goals. We have called some of the best to come and pour into you to make sure that we get the job done. I see y'all still coming in. Come on, Lancaster, California. Good morning. Morning be good, Latanya. I see you guys still coming in. We are excited, but I want to make sure that you understand why we're here. We're here to have a good time, but we're also here to make sure that you have the tools that you need to have an amazing summer camp. Listen, if you were on yesterday, you know that Brandy did something amazing. She's told us about the VIP pack. I know everybody under the sound of my voice is VIP. So if you have not done it, you're going to do it right now. There's a bit.ly link that they're going to drop. Listen, you ought to want to go VIP. If you did not upgrade, you still have time. It includes the replays of the summit. You get a VIP Q&A session. You get the list of summer camp themes. You get a list of summer camp activities. You get a list of preferred summer vendors and summer shopping hotspots, field trip templates, summer calendar template, 6 summer camp social media templates, pre-K toolkit, preschool numbers book, alphabet coloring book. Now you ought to be clicking the link already. I just gave you enough to secure your success for the summer already. So you still have an opportunity. If you have not gone VIP yet, I want you to do that. I tell everybody that I coach, listen, it's nothing about us regular smegular. It's nothing about us general. Listen, anytime they offer VIP, we want it all. Somebody say, I want it all. 400 pages of resources, and that's what I love about Brandy. When she give it, she's going to give you everything she's got. And some of us are trying to think about a thing. You don't have to think about it. It is done for you. So I want you to make sure that you go and grab the VIP pack. Somebody say, I need it. Drop the link. I have to get it. Listen, we want to make sure that all your childcare cousins are on. So I want you to share this video. Let's wake people up on a Saturday morning. Listen, if you are on, share it. You don't know who needs to hear it. Share it to your childcare cousins. Share it to your bestie. You say, listen, they're going to be giving us some tools and tips, and we all need them. So let's make sure that we are sharing the video. When you share it, say done. So I know you did it, so I can shout you out. I see some people from yesterday that are on. Dream Girl Williams is back. Hey, Dream Girl, how are you? I want it all. She said, I want it all. I'm here for it all. Good morning. I see you, Latanya. She says, I'm here for it all. I want it all. Y'all look like y'all excited. Look like y'all had your Wheaties this morning. Is this Portia? I see. Hey, Portia. Good morning. Morning be good. Listen, I'm declaring hello, Yolanda. Morning be good. I'm telling you, I've already spoke over your day. It's going to be amazing. I've already declared over your day that you're going to get what you need. I've already declared over your day that, listen, everything that was in your mind, somebody's going to talk about it today. All the missing pieces of the puzzle are going to come together. But I also want to talk to you just a little bit about Childcare Millionaires programs. I know some of you have met us for the first time here at the summer camp, but we have more for you to be a part of. Of course, there's the Childcare Millionaires Association. Again, a lot of times that is our starting point, and you can become a member of that. But then we have Daycare University, where there's always a way for you to keep stepping up into this community. Then there's Leadership Academy. We realized as much as we were supporting owners, we needed to create a safe place for leaders. So Leadership Academy, we love it so much, and we watch our leaders grow. We watch them become the assets that you need, the support you need, and the strength you need to continue to grow your business. Then you have Childcare Millionaires Accelerator Program, ECE Learning Lab. And this is where you can get more tools and resources so that you can continue your relationship with us and continue to grow. It's an amazing program. But then you have Elevation Mastermind, where you see them in their jackets and you see them. These are people that said, you know what, I need to go to the next level. I want to have ongoing support. They have their own coach that they meet with every month for 12 months. They meet with Brandy. And so that is support on the next level. And then there are those who ascend, which is our top tier program, which is Ascension, where not only are we working on their business, but we're working on their brand. So I know you met us in the summer camp, but we want to keep you and make you a part of the family. And so we want you to be able to engage with us on one of those levels. Listen, we want to shout out our sponsors. Keep, we heard from them yesterday. They did an amazing job. And of course, as always, Childcare Millionaires Association is always here to support us. And so we are excited. We hope you are excited. We hope you got coffee in your hand, a water bottle or something. I want to make sure that you got your laptop, your notepad, your pen. You are on Do Not Disturb. You are locked and loaded. You are prepared. You cannot disturb me. I need everything that they're going to give me today. Now, I don't know if you were here when Brandy dropped the summer camp in a box. Oh boy, I don't even know what to say. I'm still blown away, and we got a meeting on Monday because she dropped so much stuff that we didn't talk about. She gave so much yummy stuff, but it is your complete 10-week adventure packed with playful learning, easy routines, and meaningful activities that spark curiosity, movement, and growth. Safari Summer Camp curriculum. Now, if that is not enough, you got to realize that she is giving you everything that is necessary. Why does this work? Look, curriculum bundle number one, it's $5.99. Bundle number one is $5.99. You get 10 weeks of done for you. Somebody say done for you lesson plans. Summer camp kickoff training, 10 weekly parent newsletters, 5 to 8 scripted activities per week, weekly resources and materials list, infant companion, summer camp in a box, teacher's guide, summer camp in a box lesson plan. What? Live virtual for you and your team. Recordings will be available. But then you can go to the next level. She didn't stop there. You can jump over to bundle 2. So you get the ECE Learning Lab as well. And then this is what I love. She gave us double for our trouble. Not just 10 weeks, but she gave you a bonus 10 weeks, which is 20 weeks. Oh my goodness. That's almost criminal. So you can use 10 weeks for the summer. Then you have your first 10 weeks when the school year starts ready. Yes, done for you lesson plans. Is that not amazing? Who needs that? Who says, you know what, the little stuff that I thought I was getting ready to make up, I can throw that out the window. No need to do it because Brandy and the team has already done it for you. She'll talk a little bit about it later on today, but bundle number one is the curriculum only bundle. It's $5.99, or you can do the bundle number 2, which includes the ECE Learning Lab, and you get so many bonuses, like a ticket to the conference, CMA Live. A ticket to the conference is included in bundle number 2. So if you were on the fence trying to figure out, should I do this or do that? You can do both. This is the season I want it all, and you can actually do both. You'll hear about that all throughout the day, but I want you to make a decision. I want you to say, listen, I want to work smart and not hard. I'm here for it. If she's done it for me, why would I work on it again? I want it done for me. And so now that brings us to day 2. I am excited. And I really don't know what to tell you because I don't know when you can break. I'm not really sure when you can go to the restroom. I'm not really sure if you can order from DoorDash and run from the screen because today is power packed. I'm looking at the lineup of speakers. You don't want to miss anybody. Can I tell you, number one, kicking us off? So you better grab your coffee right now while I'm talking. You better go fill up your water bottle now. Our coach, Brandy Wood-Smith, is kicking us off. Then we have Kimmy Walker. But guess what, y'all? I'm so excited because our very own Tiffany Spears is hitting the stage today. And then if you know Coach Natalie Woods-West, you already know she is locked and loaded and she is ready. Then our very own Christina Graham is hitting the stage too. You don't have a break today. So I'm telling you, you better put it on Do Not Disturb. Today is fire. I'm kind of feeling some type of way, but yesterday was amazing too. But I think I need to be on day 2 all over again. I think I need to run back my presentation. And then again, closing out is Brandy Wood-Smith. So I'm telling you, do not disturb. Put it on. Do not disturb. Write a sign when they walk in the room. Hold it up. I refuse to be disturbed. I need this pour. I need these tips. I need these tools. I want to make sure that my summer is successful. I want to make sure that my team has the tools that they need so that we can win. Are you ready for day 2? If you're ready, put ready in the chat. I'm not going to even let Brandy come up unless I know the chat is hot and you are ready. If you're ready for day 2, put ready in the chat. If you're ready for day 2, put ready in the chat. I want to see it. I want to see it. Light the chat up. Say, I'm ready, 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 ready. I'm ready, 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 ready. I'm ready, ready, ready. I want to see it. Thank you. I'm ready, ready, ready. I'm not going to bring her up till you're ready. I'm not going to bring her up till you're ready. And I know she locked and loaded because I took a sneak peek at her presentation and it was fire. You need all of this that she's about to give you. I only see 3 readies. I need to see some more. Ready, 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 ready. I need to see some more. Ready, 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 ready. Are y'all ready for day 2? If you missed day 1, you missed a treat. Again, I kicked it off. We had Janae, Brandy talk to us about AI. We had Jamie. Dr. DeShannon was powerful and so was Coach Tamika. But I'm telling you today, I hope that you came locked and loaded and ready, because today is ready for you. So without further ado, I want to bring our coach, the founder of Childcare Millionaires Association, the one, the only, the baddest of the baddest, Coach Brandy Wood-Smith.
All right. I feel good this morning. How
Hey,
y'all?
Coach. We ready for you.
Okay. I want to make sure my sound is good. Let me make sure. Can y'all hear me?
I hear echo.
I do too. Let me see. I can see it now. Let me see. Okay, test. Camera exit.
Say something.
Testing. I'm gonna leave the studio right to make sure that we can get.
All right, they're getting that coffee. Go ahead.
Okay,
They're
I'm
getting
trying
that
to.
coffee.
If we fixed it. No. Is there still an echo?
It's a little echo. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try to end into another studio. Give us 1 second, guys.
All right.
Okay.
We still ready. Listen, guys, Monday, yesterday was so amazing. Day 1 was so amazing. Listen, we talked about the mindset of childcare success. We talked about the confident leader. So listen, if you were here yesterday, I want you to give me one takeaway in the chat. Just write one takeaway, one thing that you left saying, listen, this is what I'm working on right now. We heard so much. The speakers were so phenomenal. They gave us so much information. Some of y'all should have been making AI graphics all day long, but all the amazing prompts and things Brandy gave us. She's back. Let me hear you, Coach. Let me hear you.
All right, are we ready to go?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I think we're good.
Oh, you sound good.
Well, thank you, Dr. C, for that warm welcome. But I got work to do, so I'm kicking you off the stage.
Bye.
All right, guys, this is one of my favorite parts of the year. We do a summit twice a year. We do one for back to school, and we do one for our summer school. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you have a director or assistant director and they are available, tag them because you really want help in creating your summer camp. I want y'all to put the word help in the chat. Just like Dr. Connie is helping me, because literally I've been talking for the last 7 days and I knew I couldn't, open up and do my section, but you need help. And I do not want you being an army of one building your summer camp this summer. So if you know you need your staff to help, your parents to help, the community to help, I need you to type the word help in the chat. But I also need you to tag someone in your organization that helps you. So maybe today they can pick up some of the wonderful nuggets that we're putting down to make sure that you literally have the best summer camp ever. My name is Brandy Wood Smith, and although I am the founder of Childcare Millionaires, I am a childcare owner just like you. So where are my owners at here? I know I have some owners, some directors, maybe even some teachers. If you are an owner, can you just put owner in the chat? I keep tagging these people because we do need help, y'all. We need help. LaShawn tagged her husband. You know what? Let me go ahead and tag my husband, because how many of y'all know y'all need y'all husband's help cleaning those carpets, pressure washing, getting that playground ready? We need help. We need help because we want to beat the summer slump. Who are my directors in the room? Where are my directors at? If you are a director, just put director in the chat. I want to see who you are in the room. Put directors in the chat. And if I have any teachers, I want you guys to put teachers in the chat. Now, on my VIP Q&A, I'm going to be giving out some prizes. I got some Chromebooks to give away. I got some walkie-talkies to give away. So hopefully that you have went ahead and grabbed our VIP. Bobby can drop the link because we want to make sure that you are completely ready for the summer. So I'm here to talk to you today about how to beat the summer slump. Now, if you never experienced the summer slump, you may not know how important this is. But if you have ever experienced the summer slump where your revenue drops, where your teachers are not performing, where your parents start acting crazy, where they want their child in 1 week, but the next week they tell you they're going on vacation, where enrollment slows down, where it's too hot to handle. If you ever experienced a summer slump, I want you to put the word slump in the chat. SLUMP. If you've ever experienced that, I want you to put slump in the chat. My goal for you guys today is to never have to experience the decline in enrollment in the summer. But if we don't focus on it, I'm here to tell you that summer will not take care of itself. But you can take care of summer now so it can take care of you. So there are two main people that I want to talk to in this presentation, and that's my childcare CEO and my childcare director, because we have to work in tandem to get this done. How many of you know that this is the two-piece combination that really helps your center run? Your CEO, that owner, and that director, that we are partners in crime. We are partners in making sure that we have everything that we need. And then we have this next person, this threefold cord, which is our teacher. But without the owner and the director being in sync, right, we cannot build a better summer. And for me, I'm looking to build the best summer possible. How many of you guys are looking to build big this summer? If so, I want you to put big in the chat. You're like, okay, Brandy, I'm almost at capacity. I worked and enrolled 20. We finally got our teachers where it needs to be. Now we're coming to the end of the year. I cannot afford for June, July, and August to take a dip. I need to build it big. And that's what we're going to be talking about on today, how you can build it big. So let me go to the next slide. All right. So summer is big business. Childcare is big business. We're in an industry that makes almost $55 million and projected to be $57 billion in 2027. I just want to know, do you want your piece of the pie? You got to tell me, do you want your piece of the pie? 71% of parents work during the summer and they need childcare because we're in an era today where we don't have as many grandmothers staying home to keep the kids. Most of our parents are two-family homes. So you have to ask yourself, are you going to be the choice for your families? Now, summer programs can increase your revenue by 20 to 30% if you take time to market. So the opportunity is not the issue. The issue we have is, are we prepared for the summer? Are we prepared for enrollment? So smart centers start to build momentum now, because the momentum that we build in the summer also help us fill our centers during the fall. If you agree, say yes in the chat. But families, they're looking for a quality experience. They're looking for a quality program. So the summer slump does not have to happen, right? The enrollment drops, the staff burn out, our structure disappears where we're not following our schedule. Revenue gets unpredictable. Marketing takes a backseat. This is what we have to avoid, because these are the common challenges that we see. We stop posting. We stop talking. We let our teachers, be a little bit more relaxed. This is a recipe for disaster, right? So I want to give you some strategies to build it big, some strategies where you're not reactive, but you're proactive for the summer, right? So we want to plan now. We want to be a great leader, and we want to finish strong. In fact, we want to finish so strong that in May, we're already paying our lease payment and our mortgage for June. And in June, we're already taking care of July. We want to be ahead of the curve. I'm declaring that this summer will be more profitable than my first spring session. All right. And if you want the same thing for you, all we got to do is implement a few strategies to make sure we're on the road. So, how many of you are guilty of slowing down in the summer? You just slow down a little bit. If so, just put ouch. Okay, Coach Brandy, I'm guilty. What we're going to do over the next 6 weeks, instead of slowing down going into the summer, we're going to speed up. We're going to reframe the summer to like, oh, y'all know summer coming. It's going to be, it's going to be easy peasy. No, we're going to change that reframe and talk about how we're building big for the summer. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to refocus. We're going to take time to adjust, to assess, and to realign our goals. What do we want? As a matter of fact, if you did not reach your goals first quarter, we're going to put more pressure on the summer. Y'all remember that song, Pressure? Everybody last summer was around here applying pressure. We need to apply pressure this summer. Everybody put pressure in the chat. We need to look at what is our goals. Then we need to reinvest, because we're thinking differently about this summer. We're going to strengthen our team. Are there people on our team that we need to train before the summer? Are there people on our team that we need to get rid of? Let's talk about it. Are there systems we need to put in place before the summer? And then we're going to ask ourselves, if we're not slowing out, how can we reach more people? Now, yesterday we got some good tools, like making sure that your Google is correct, making sure all the information on your Facebook page is correct, uploading a new FAQ to your website. So if you were not here on day one, make sure you go back and watch day one. It will stay on Facebook until Sunday. And then after that, you have to have the VIP to make sure you watch it. But I need you to go this weekend and check your Google, check your Facebook page. Does it even mention summer camp? Because parents are not going to wait until June to figure out where their kids are going to go. You need to be applying pressure saying, I'm the best choice right now. And then we want to build momentum. Many of us spent our spring enrolling kids, right? And so now we got to make sure that those kids know that we are the best option for the summer. We don't want you to stay home and lose momentum. We don't want you to stay home and lose academic growth. We're going to have enrichment programs for you. And there's so many things you can do to resell your program. One of my schools, we're going to be doing karate every Tuesday internally. Now I get to pay the karate teacher $150 to come every Tuesday. This is a fee that parents don't have to pay. We do Zumba. We alternate between Zumba, jig aerobics, and Pilates every morning, right? We get our stretcher on. We're doing exercise. We'll have a basketball unit. All of those enrichment programs you want to sell now, and then put that added to the parents. Hey, we're going to be taking care of the kids academically because we don't want them to have an academic decline over the summer, right? So we're not slowing down. We are applying pressure. So let's build a summer that's big. I have 4 strategies for you that I know can help you. Can y'all put 4 in the chat? I'm going to be going over 4 strategies that help you build a winning summer. Yesterday, Dr. DeShannon talked to us about really having that family involvement, having high quality. Dr. Cunny talked about us having safe leaders, right? We had someone come and talk to us about safety, enrollment, what we can do with our staff. I'm going to talk to you about 4 strategies that's going to help you build it big. I suggest you take screenshots of these slides. More importantly, get the replay so you can go back and watch this with your team. But strategy number 1 is to go back and look at the plan. Every builder takes time and looks at the blueprint. You need to go back and see, what are your revenue goals? And how many students do you need to reach it? I shared with you guys yesterday that we needed 37 students to reach our goal for the summer. Actually, it was 56, right? This month, our goal is 37 going into May to make sure that we have 56 by June. But how many students do you need to reach your revenue goal? Next, you want to look at your classrooms. Do you have a classroom that's being unused? Maybe you need to reallocate it to another age group. In my Baytown campus, we're starting a new toddler group this summer because literally our infant classes is literally all turning 18 months within the next 2 months. And we won't have enough toddler space. So we had a pre-K room that was empty. And now we're going to turn that room into a toddler room. So how many of you know you need to just go relook at your space? Put space in the chat. Put space in the chat. Maybe you need to refresh your classrooms for those tours. Number 3, aligning your staff. So we know in the summer we're going to have more school-age students. So maybe we need to start preparing our teachers now. What age group are you going to be with? Do you need more staff? Now, I want to give everybody some free game. I need you to go and contact your local work source and let them know that you are open to taking summer workers. Every single work source division across this nation has a summer work program for children, kids, and college students. Through our summer work program, we were able to get 6 free workers for the summer for one campus and 2 for another campus. How many of you would love to lower your labor costs while also providing jobs for the community in the summer? If you do, put job in the chat. I need to know that you're going to take me up on this strategy. As we're looking at our staffing, you do not have to increase your payroll budget because there are programs out there looking to place people for the summer, right? Thank you, Pandora. Now, all you got to do is go out there, reach out to those work programs. They are looking to place children and college students right now. And sometimes there are other work entry programs that can give you a worker for 6 to 12 months where they will pay 50% to 100% of their salaries. So you need to just align your staffing. And then last but not least, create that revenue plan for your summer. Now, I'm suggesting that you spend a full day just going over your plan for the summer. Give yourself that 24 hours, maybe even 48 hours, right? To go through your annual plan. So you have a clear plan for the summer. So when you're talking to your staff, they're not confused, but they're motivated. All right? If you're going to do this, I just want you to put a number 1 in the chat. Tell me one thing you're going to do from this. Because we're going to align our plan. All right, I got to go to number 2. I forget they got me on a timer. Strategy number 2. You're going to build a 30-day marketing plan. Now, the great thing is, if you got our summer camp in the box, we've already pre-built a marketing plan for you. But I want you to take a picture of this slide. It gives you some ideas. And I also gave you a chat GPT prompt that will help you build out this marketing plan. So right now, you need to focus that people know that you even have a summer camp option available. Have you even been talking about your summer camp? Right? Step 2 is engagement. Letting them know some behind the scenes, what you guys are preparing for, field trips that you're going to be doing. Then you want to build trust and value, and then you want to convert. One of the things I'm going to tell you, if you haven't done in your marketing plan a summer camp open house. I want y'all to put open house in the chat. Put open house in the chat. I want you to plan you a summer camp open house. This is one of the ways that we really get people into the building, making sure that they know exactly what we have to offer. Now, I'm going to share my screen really quick. Let me see if I can get my chat GPT screen open. All right. So yesterday, I shared with you guys some prompts, and I'm going to go to one of those prompts today. And if you got the VIP, you already have this prompt. So don't worry. And I'm also going to put it in the chat right now. If you want this 30-day plan, I want you to put 30. I want you to put 30. 30. Put the number 30 in the chat. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give y'all this one for free. Because I love y'all so much. All right. So to get people to that open house, to get people to touring, you got to have a plan to get eyes and visibility on your center. Okay. And so everybody see the prompt? I put it there for you. You could go in the comments. You can make sure you get this prompt. But in addition to getting this prompt, we have 11 pages of prompts that can help you get ready for summer. That's included in our VIP. I'm going to go ahead and put this prompt into ChatGPT, and I'm going to let you know exactly how easy it is. Now, one of the things that I do anytime I use a prompt, I tell it a little bit information about my center to make it get a better product. Because trash in, trash out. If I don't give it information, it's not going to give me the best product. Yesterday, I did it for my center, Imagine Me Academy. Elite Tots. Today, I'm going to do Imagine Me Academy. I'm going to tell it the center's name so it can already input it. I'm going to give it the center's website. And lastly, but not least, I'm going to even give the phone number so it can go ahead and input it on all of the marketing. So a lot of times we don't give it those additional details, and then we have to go back in and we have to input too many things. So I asked it to create a 30-day social media calendar for a child care center promoting summer camp. I'm going to even give it our start date is June 1st, just to make it better. All right. And y'all know the rule. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Listen, in less than 5 seconds, I have a full plan that's created for me. We're going to kick off program highlights, experience, right? It's giving me things that I can post every single day just from one prompt. Now, I'm going to give it some more direction because I want to know some things I can do in May to start promoting the camp. This is great, but I need a 30-day calendar for May so I can promote the camp all of May for enrollment and visibility. Can you create me a content calendar for May 2026? Include text, graphics, and reels to help make this calendar comprehensive. I'm showing y'all exactly what I do for mine. If this is helping you, put good in the chat. All right. So it's giving me now it tells me exactly what to post every single day. Every single day, it tells me exactly what to post. Y'all see this? Amazing. Now it says text on graphic. If I want to go a step further, I can say create the graphic for day 1. Include the logo. Now, for it to be correct, I would have to upload the logo, but we don't have time for that today. I'm going to put in contact information. So you will want to make sure when you do your content plan, you click this plus sign and you can add your logo. You can add your file. I'm going to see if I can find my logo real quick. I should have had it up and ready. Let me see if I can find it. If I can find it, we will add it. But I don't want to waste time. I don't want to waste time. So hopefully it will come up. Okay, I'm going to let it create. I'm not on my normal computer, so I'm going to let it create its own logo. Okay. Cancel. But you can upload a logo. And so we asked it to create a graphic. Right now, it is going to create that image for day 1. This way, you have no reason not to market your center. No reason. If you use ChatGPT on an ongoing daily basis, just put chat in the chat for me. So it's sketching it out. It's going to give it to me. We're going to come back and look at it. All right. It says setting the scene. When you do a graphic, it takes about 15 to 20 seconds. Oh, here it is. Let's see how good it does. Imagine Me Academy, Summer Camp is coming. The ages, the phone number. What's not to love about it? Would you use this graphic? Would you use this graphic? So now all I have to do to copy this graphic, I just click on it. I can download it. And now I have this graphic ready to rock and roll. That's simple. So you can literally spend a day creating your 30 days of content. No excuse. I want y'all to put no excuse in the chat. On our VIP Q&A, I'll be going over this in depth of what you can do. I also want to show you the prompts that we have already created for you guys. So not only did I go through and create prompts for your FAQ, for your parent communication, marketing, everything, I also went and created prompts for your visibility plan and strategies for your staff and for your students. 11 pages of prompts. You have no excuse not to plan for the summer. No excuse. Okay, guys? Literally no excuse. Bobby, drop the link to the VIP. It's only $29, guys, and you get all of these resources. So you are going to make sure you get that taken care of and you create your marketing plan. All right, strategy number 3 is to get mass visibility. We already talked about hosting the open house. Also, think about some neighborhood activations. Think about your kindergarten graduation in your neighborhood. Ask the local elementary school, can I sponsor the kindergarten? Maybe you're the person who gives the cupcakes and you give the Capri Sun at the kindergarten graduation. And you give out some flyers about your summer school program. Maybe you host the teacher appreciation luncheon and you ask, can you give some flyers for your campus to be the preferred choice for summer school? Maybe you pick up from summer school, from the local elementary school, and you put yourself out there. Go to the apartments, give out popsicles, host a community event, show up at the library, show up at the local churches and the community events. This year, I bought so many Girl Scout cookies. You know what I asked them? Hey, can you give out information about our summer program? You got to show up. You got to be visible. You got to get outside. I want you to put outside in the chat. We need you to have mass visibility. We need you to fish with a net this summer, not with a pole. We don't want you to get one student at a time. We want you to have mass visibility. And the way that you do that is you show up where your students already are. Okay? Strategy number 3 is build a super staff. Now, I already gave you my little strategy for getting some complimentary staffing through summer youth programs. See who's volunteering, college students coming back. Man, I have more parents of college students asking for a job for their kid than the actual college student. I also go to Head Start. They don't normally work over the summer. Teachers Aid for the school district. A lot of them are off for the summer. I need additional summer help. They're looking for a summer job. So it's a great marriage. So you do want to attract the right people. For some of us, we need to retrain some of our current staff or our new staff on outside. But you want to spend some time with your staff, because great staff equals a better experience, which equals higher enrollment, which equals a stronger business. And then the business is not dependent just on you. You need a team. So you want to build a strong team for the summer. So in planning for the summer, you're going to spend one of those days just on your staffing plan. Who can work when? You know, whose schedule will be changing? Who can go to a different age group? All right. So you got to go ahead and make sure you spend time on that. Next, strategy 4 is you want to make sure you're delivering and over-delivering every single day, right? This is not about you being an army of one. This is about making sure your teachers and your staff keep a clean and safe environment, that they're implementing curriculum, that they have that social emotional growth, that they have that safety. Everyone needs to have a day where they train their staff. I want you to look on your calendar right now and tell me what day that will be for you. For us, it will be the Friday before Memorial Day. We close on the Friday before Memorial Day every single year. And I want to say this year it's May the 25th. And we let our parents know that this is our summer camp prep. And it's also a week we can give our teachers a 4-day weekend. So I'm going to give y'all a little hint. I start Thursday night on their campus, and they work in their rooms Thursday night from like 6 to 8:30. And then we do a half day on that Friday. So they literally get a long weekend, and we train on the summer. We go over safety protocols. We go over transportation. We go over field trips. We go over our curriculum. I give them the lesson plans for the summer, and you can too. If you invest in our summer curriculum for your staff, you need to choose the day that you're going to train your staff because they need time to reset for the summer as well, right? So you're going to prepare yourself as the owner and director, and then you're going to choose a day to prepare your staff. And that's how we do it better, right? And in preparing our staff, we have stronger enrollment. We have a better team. We have a healthier bottom line, more profit. We're building a better reputation because we're outside. We're building more impact. And then we have that ripple effect because in the fall, our kids are thriving. The parents want to stay with us for our after-school program. The parents feel supported. And we're building our business through the summer instead of being a part of that summer slump. All right? So last but not least, this is the action that you got to take today. This is our action. You're going to create some time in your schedule to do these things. 1, do your 30-day content. 2, schedule your open house for your summer program. 3, invest in your team's success by creating that training day or some training opportunities. Maybe you're going to do some lunch and learns. 4, you're going to strengthen that community connection by being outside, showing up over the next few weeks, and then committing to quality in your program every single day. All right? If you can do this, I want you to put I can in the chat because you are not just building the summer, you're building the future of your center. So these are 4 actionable strategies that you can do. All right? So real quick, how Childcare Millionaires can help you build a winning summer. Make sure you've joined our Facebook group. I've let over 300 of you in this week. Congratulations. I see all of these I can in the chat. Come on. In our Facebook group over the next month, we will be dumping strategies and tips in that Facebook group. Bobby, will you drop the link to the Facebook group? Then we have our ECE Learning Lab. Our ECE Learning Lab is our 12-month program where we work with owners every single day. We'll be talking about that lab a little bit later. We talked about it on yesterday. But if you're looking for ongoing support, our ECE Learning Lab is $7.99 a year, and you get access to our summer camp curriculum. All right? Another way you may want to be a part of our community is attend Childcare Millionaires Live. Childcare Millionaires Live is our conference. We host a conference twice a year where you can come and be a part of that in-depth activation that we do for our community. Number 4, you can invest in the Summer Camp in a Box, right? Summer Camp in a Box is a program that offers you 20 weeks of curriculum. It offers you 2 summer programs to choose from. But because you get lifetime access, you can even start your fall with the curriculum that you don't use in the summer. It gives you newsletters. It gives you a training guide, weekly lesson plans for every single age group for $5.99. It is definitely a steal. And then the last way is just enjoy the rest of the summer summit with us. Soak in all of the knowledge. Grab your replays so you can watch this with your staff. But we want to be a part of your summer success. All right, guys? So I really appreciate you being on for my session. We have amazing speakers all day long that's going to come and help you build it big, right? So if you're ready to build it big, you're ready for an amazing day, we want you to stay tuned because our next speaker is coming up in just a second. We are so excited for everything that you guys are going to experience over this weekend, but we're also equally excited that you have a system that you can tap into. And this system is what's going to keep you motivated to run the best program ever. We definitely want you to win. And our next
every day that you meet somebody who really wants you to win. I think what is so amazing about Brandy is that even when she came to me with this vision, it was really out of a frustration of trying to launch our child care centers and running into established owner after owner who refused to help us. And so Childcare Millionaires was really birthed out of a place of frustration, but then out of a place of truly wanting to share what it was that we were blessed with others so that they would not have the same struggle.
This is my 5th conference with the Childcare Millionaires Association. I feel like each conference, each year, I grow a little bit more, I learn a little bit more, I become a little bit more successful in my business and personally. One way that I see that they help us wing it to win it is by having a personal touch. Brandy, Coach Condi, Coach Natalie, Coach Tamika, Coach DeShannon, all of them love to be very involved with the attendees and the participants of the organization.
I love Brandy. I love Natalie. They have pretty much spoken to my wife and told her exactly the same things that I've been saying for years. So I greatly appreciate them. They're now part of our family, you know?
It has been an amazing journey being part of Elevation Masterminds. They have been an amazing partnership with us. They have taught us so much. A lot of great things for our business, a lot of personal things to grow myself as a CEO. Thank you, Elevation Masterminds.
I am back for another wonderful conference at Childcare Millionaires Live, Houston, and my experience with Elevation has been winning. I've grown from the first video conference in 2020 during COVID, listening to Brandy, getting the ideas, the camaraderie, the sisterhood, knowing that I can do this, gave me the confidence to keep moving.
When I started Elevation Mastermind, when I came to the conference, I didn't have any type of direction. I just heard this Childcare Millionaire thing, and I felt like that's where I needed to be. I needed to experience it. I heard it on the computer enough, and it was just time for me to be in the building because it just seemed like the energy was amazing, the people were authentic. It just seemed like that. So I was like, I have to see what this is really about because, you know, TV, it can seem a little fake sometimes. But when I got here, they had me in the middle of the floor crying because they was ready to help me, hold my hand, support me, and be there for me on my journey. I noticed that when I was in the middle of the floor, I had my sisters circle around me to support me and be there to help me get through this journey. I came here not owning a center and just wanting to have a center and working in my mom's center that I love dearly, but I had put my dream on the back burner because I felt like I wasn't doing what I needed to do for my family first, and I had to keep putting them first. But sometimes you could put you first and still take care of your family and make sure that you're living your dreams. So after signing up for Elevation Mastermind, I got the whole pie, not the slice of it. You know, the conference is just a slice, but Elevation Mastermind is the whole pie. I got the coaches calls that would just help me figure out where I wanted to go. I got the accountability partners who would check on me and make sure I was good, not just in my business, but in my personal, in my mental, in my emotional, and even in my spiritual. I have sisters praying for me, hoping and wishing that I win with them. So what are you waiting for? Because we want you to win. Like, no, for real, we want you to win. You should come, join us.
We want you to win.
We want to see you win.
We want to see you win.
Have you heard? Your losing streak is over. At Childcare Millionaires, we want to see you win. Welcome to your winning season.
I can tell you for a fact that Brandy really wants you to win. And it's one thing for people to say it out of their mouth. It's another thing for them to literally put their effort, their support, and their action where their mouth is. And I think that over the years, we've seen Brandy do this time and time and time again. And so I can tell you there's not a better coach, there's not a better cheerleader, there's not a better advocate in childcare than Brandy Wood Smith. And I'm not just saying that because she's my sister.
All right, guys, we definitely want to see you win. We definitely want to see you win. We are so encouraged by all of the things that we have planned for you. Next up, we have a phenomenal speaker. Me and her are in another community together, and she does so much with children, and especially helping parents, teachers, and children that have behavior needs, autism, or just need a little extra hug. And so when I thought about everything that we needed as childcare owners and as educators, I said, we can't talk about the summer without having a playbook for behavior. So I want to introduce you to my good friend, Ms. Kimmy Walker. Hey, Kimmy.
Hi, Brandy. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for being here. We were on a Zoom call a few months ago, and you were talking. I was like, listen, I got to get you to my community. I got to get you here. And you're finally here.
Yes, I love it.
Not
I'm
only
really
that,
excited.
we'll see you in Houston at the conference.
Yes.
But tell me, how did you start working with parents and children? And tell us a little bit about you and your passion.
Okay. So my name is Kimmy Walker. I'm a school psychologist. I am credentialed in 17 states. In addition to that, I have an infant, toddler, and early childhood specialties, mental health specialties. So I've also done direct services as well with young children. So in addition to the work that I've done as a school psychologist, helping with special education identification, disability evaluations, I have also done services with birth to 3, not just evaluations, but actual services. So I've been in the daycares, I've been at the birthday parties at the skating rink, the stuff that was really down on the ground, really getting down in the trenches. So I love early childhood. I've been doing early childhood since I was on internship. And it's something that I'm very, very, very passionate about. So I love all the kids. I love all the babies, especially 8 and under. Now for behavior, I have always gotten, I guess, more niched in behavior as well, just from my own journey. So a couple decades ago, right, I lost over 120 pounds on my own through diet and exercise. And so after that, I wanted to become like a wellness coach, a personal trainer. Even though I lost all this weight, I was like, man, I'm still big. But, I still want to, create this change and understand about this. And what is it? What made me tick? What makes me want to do this? What makes me want to live this kind of way? But I think that it strengthened me and my approach with everything, because I know how it is to have to live radically different than what it is normal to you. I know what it is to have to try to change behavior that's difficult and hard. So it starts within myself. So I think there's no one else who comes with the level of compassion and just personal, experience with it. But yes, I love behavior. The harder, the better. Autism, ADHD, reactive attachment disorder, you name it.
We've noticed, like in the schools, especially, I'm gonna say especially after the pandemic, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I normally don't. That socialization with kids is different. Even with parents, is a lot of difference. And then we have this like heightened level. I mean, I would say heightened numbers of identification of different things that our children may be going through, and sometimes diagnosed, sometimes not diagnosed. But I think as early childcare educators, we're in a unique position to use some phenomenal strategies to make sure that our kids thrive and survive. So I'm so excited for you being here today. Yes. I'm going to get out of your way so you can do your big one.
Yes.
We appreciate everything. We're going to get your presentation up. We thank you so much. And y'all, grab your pen, grab your paper. If you've been dealing with any behaviors or students that you just don't know what to do, I'm telling you, lock in, because the solutions just may be in this presentation.
All right, Elsa, I'm excited to get in. I'm ready to jump in. So we are going to talk about the behavior playbook for summer success. And I really come from the angle of really going to help and support with behavior and burnout. So dealing with behavior with students, parents, and making sure that we don't burn out our staff in the same way, because we have to think about that too, because these are the people that care, and we know what churn can do for us too, as far as consistency. So let's get into it. Okay, so we're in summer. So summer is different, right? It's a lot. You're going to have a lot going on. A lot of you all are doing different mixed age groups. So you have to keep kids engaged. You're trying to fill your spots. You're trying to also think about your fall enrollment. It's a lot building up, right? A lot going on. So definitely got a lot to do, but there's a lot that we can dig into and help without that. All right. So the reality is pressure is driving everything. Your staff is at capacity. A lot of you all will be dealing with itinerant staff. So staff who's coming in just to help with the summer, trying to fill your spots, dealing with expectations, and wanting to keep your retention numbers up as well. Big thing. So summer camp is just not about keeping kids busy. It's really about making sure that it's efficient, right? Too, it's fun, but there's pressure in every direction. So we want to make sure that families come back. We want to make sure that we're getting referrals from it as well too. So when behavior is not managed, it's going to manifest and it's going to impact your bottom line. Okay, summer, what is it? There's a lot going on, right? So there's a lot of transitions. Parents are going to be in contact with you more. There's not a lot of times to think ahead. There's field trips, water days. Also, too, kids are dealing with a lot of different behaviors as well, too, as far as environmental. Staying up later at night, eating more junk. So you're also having a lot of that comes as well, too. And so we have to work on getting things that are predictable when it comes to managing behavior. Yes, I'm so excited. Let's go. So we have to get structure because when the stimulation increases, it's the opportunity for behavior to go up. Okay, so what happened when prep is delayed? You have to prep, especially for summer. So like I said, we're going to have questions. People are going to get tired. Days feel long. Weather, if you're doing a lot of things outside, that's going to come into place too, but that also creates these kind of sensory environmental factors too that take on people's behaviors and staff's temperament, right? With how we deal with it or want to, just handle the situation as well. So we have to be able to keep this in mind, but you have to prep up front. So you should be looking right now to have your plans in place for the summer, how to navigate different behaviors and how to be in front of it so we can be more proactive instead of reactive. So we got to have systems in place. Okay, behavior is communication. All behavior communicates something. It's it. Behavior is not random. It comes down to the core. I tell people all the time, either you're trying to get something, you're trying to escape something. That's what behavior is at every core, any behavior that we do, right? They may have multiple purposes, but behavior is communication. So if there's something there, there's a need. They're trying to communicate, especially if you're dealing with younger children. We have to also keep in mind some of our children who have lower vocabulary needs. We may see more behaviors because this is the only way that this child may have to communicate to you that something's wrong. I need something. I need support. So keeping that in mind too, right? We have to keep in mind that it's communication. And when children have different needs or delays, it can look different, right? So let's keep it going. Okay, when it breaks down. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind too is our staff. We do not want to be reactive. So we can't treat it as if everybody's just doing every different thing. So we have one person yelling, we got floaters, new hires. One person may redirect a behavior, somebody may ignore, it's going to escalate. The child just thinks they can do different things different ways. So we kind of got to get in alignment with staff too. How do we handle behaviors? What are some ways and protocols that we utilize too? And one of the big things too is communicating this with parents. Because I say, if we strengthen it, this is what we're doing in school. Do you think maybe we can kind of do the same, some of the things at home, mimic a little bit of it, because that's going to strengthen and improve your outcomes. And that's also going to make parents be like, oh, this is great. They're really trying to help. And they want us all to be like communicating and on the same page. And the child too will see, okay, they're on the same page. I can't just get away with this here and there, right? Okay. A lot of centers lose staff over the summer. The burnout is fast. It's chaos. And it just depends on where things are, right? So if we have different things all over the place, we're putting ourselves in place to have chaos. So if parents don't feel confident, they don't stay. We don't want them to be frustrated, dealing with behavior. I didn't hear about this. You didn't tell me there was behavior going on all these different days. Now you're just telling me today when it becomes a big event that blows up. We want to make sure that we're putting stuff in place to manage and mitigate that. All right. Okay. So behavior response support. We have to look at everything systematically. So this is where we're going to look at behavior, what's happening. Response is what the adults do, and support is the systems that we put in place, right? And these are systems that we put in place to help students, whether it's directly with systems directly for adults, with parents, families, for our staff, and to when we have to refer out to external partners. And that's something that I'm very big about, just being an external partner. I know there's a lot of validity in that, and you all bring a lot of valuable data. right? We have to have intentional structure. So we can't just have routines alone. We have to also keep in mind that summer is less predictable. There's more things going on. It's different. So there's more opportunity for chaos. So we have to have systems in place that are strong. And I heard Brandy talking about that earlier, about you have to have your systems in place. You want to have your SOPs in place. You've got to be pre-planning. Okay. Behavior. What do we got with the summer? So like I said, kids going to bed later, eating more junk, overstimulation. You all have sometimes a lot of mixed age groups. And that is huge too. So if you're dealing with a lot of different age groups, you have different behaviors, different developmental needs, and just regression too. And the behavior is already escalating. I can tell you right now, the behavior has been off the chain since spring break. So it's coming into you all. Yes, definitely. So oppositional defiance, that's a good one. Yes. So with oppositional defiance, you don't want to get into a battle with it. So oppositional defiance, a lot of that's going to come down to control, right? So putting those things in place that can help increase control as something that's earned, right? Not that we're getting in a direct battle with it, but this is something that you can earn. This is something that we can move towards. And I can talk more about that too at the end. I love to keep the questions coming. All right, next one. So that's behavior. So we know behavior is going to be escalated. We're doing more. We got more things going on in the summer. Response, staff actions. Stay calm. Try to keep things brief. This is why I say having steps in place, simple steps, building the confidence of your staff, that helps too. Already having things in place too, and I'll get into supports for different needs, right? So we want to have like kind of what I would say, like regulation stations. There shouldn't be anything that just happens once we get these big behaviors, but we should keep in mind that there are going to be some times when we need to have some children de-whine, that you can be able to take steps back, or that we even know this child's going to probably need a little bit more break before we do this, or before we come back from outside. We're going to de-whine here, do this, and then transition next. But having those things in place beforehand and not reactively, you're already going to be so much ahead of the game, and the child is going to see that this is part of the routine as well too, and understands the bigger purpose that it serves, right? So that's why we say systems, right? Families know what happens. So do you have communication systems in place for your parents and families, that they know of behaviors that you're seeing, things that they may be doing, patterns? Do you already have that in place? Keep it simple. Daycares, child care centers, I say y'all are some of the most detailed people. Y'all have so many logs of every single thing. Somebody had peaches for lunch. They ate half of a peach, a quarter of this. It was a diaper, wet, dry, soil. Y'all take tons of notes. Build it already in what already exists in your system. Look for ways that you can kind of monitor things and keep data and things that you can share with parents and families very quickly without creating extra stress for your staff. Staff should know what to do. Manage most things, right? So what are the things we're doing with this? How are we reacting with this? Where are we able to take children and help them de-escalate? What are we doing if something goes to the point of this is too far? Because what happens if we have to do removals, things like that, that takes one staff member away. That also leaves the staff who's there with more kids to manage. You get down to with your numbers. And then when there's less adult supervision, what happens? Your other kids start to escalate too. So we have to just kind of have those things in place. And that's where leadership comes in to help keep responses consistent. Okay. So yes, definitely we want to have our systems in place. We want to be able to be protected from the chaos, and we want to have everything prepared and done so that when we're dealing with it in the moment, we kind of already have our arsenal up. So that's why I say it's very important to really look at your systems now. What are ways that your staff deals with behavior, and not just if someone hits, this is what they do, but if someone's kind of getting riled up, or I see that they're having a hard time sit down, what are some things that you have in place already for that? And what would that look like over the summer when you have different things moving, different parts, more transition, and we have more opportunity for escalation? What does that look like for some of our younger kids? What does that look like for some of our middle-aged children as well too? Keep in mind they have different developmental needs. So amount of attention to an activity, especially when you're doing your scheduling, the amount of time for an activity may not be the same or most appropriate for some of your younger children as you have for your older children. You may want to keep that in mind when it comes to transitions or even scheduling. Making sure you're putting in enough respite for your staff too, so that they feel like they have a break and a breather as well too. I've seen a lot of people be, kind of, okay, I don't have a break, this, that, and the other, and they get worn down too. And when you are worn down, it affects your ability to effectively manage, effectively monitor, and to just keep your own self kind of regulated, because we need to be regulated ourselves too. Love regulation stations. They're great. I think they're great. Calming corners, all of that. So it's a variety of tools, and we're teaching students how to use these and utilize those because they're tools, right? And so we want to have tools and be able to be prepared, but having clear ways that they can be utilized. And for some students, even if we're seeing children, even the young ones, that this is what they need, we set those times. Same ways that at your daycare centers, you're going to have a time that's nap. This is when we do nap. This is when we lay down. This is when they have lunch. Some children may need other things to help them regulate and stay to go, especially going in and outside, doing different activities. Students who like DART and things like that, what do you have in place for them to go on field trips? Is it appropriate for them to go on a field trip, right? So looking at some of those things and kind of doing your responses up front and seeing what needs to be put in place, because that way you're not being reactive, and that's also decreasing the stress that you put on your staff. Okay, and I'll go back and let's see if y'all have any questions. So I want to go back. So oppositional defiance. Yes, definitely. So all behavior. So when you're talking about any plans about behavior, how do you do it if staff's not used to dealing with that? Especially too, in our community is, women of color, African-American community, it comes off as just being very disrespectful. So I always say we have to look at the function of the behavior first before we can say what we can plan and do. A lot of times, like I said, with oppositional defiance, a lot of times it's control. So we may be dealing with students or children who may live in an environment where they don't have a lot of control, or they've had a lot of things happen to them that they were not in control of. And this allows me to be in control, or this allows me to not do what I don't want to do. So you still stay in control of the situation. You control of the environment, the task, the activity. Putting options in place. It's one good one. I say, hey, we can do A or B, right? So right now you want a 5-minute break before you go to your worksheet, or would you like to go walk down the hall and walk back? Putting choices is one way to also help do it too as well. But like I said, also giving them the opportunities to have kind of that control, or those picked activities or ideal activities for doing what you were supposed to do. So earning it. Some of it can be about getting adult attention. So some of it, they're getting pulled out their class, or they're having to go to somebody else's room or go spend one-on-one time with an administrator. That's a child who's trying to gain adult attention, right? So we start to just really look at what is happening before the behavior, called the antecedent or whatever. What's happening before it, and what's happening after? What do they get as a result of it? So really looking at what happens after a lot will kind of let you see where you're going. And then I think that's the best way for planning. But I would say don't get in a power battle with them. If it's, as long as nobody's getting hurt, a lot of times walk away. Right. So one of the big thing I do with like some of my birth to 3 with tantrums, I've sat there with parents and we go through parenting and coaching and planning, and they're having a tantrum. I say, hey, if they're not hurting themselves, if there's nothing in their way, sometimes we have to just let it not feed that fire, not give it attention. Definitely. Let's see. Somebody else had another good question. How long should you do summer camp with different ages? 3 to 10, 1 week, 2 hours? That's a good question. I'd have to ask Brandy what's the best practices. Separating by age group. Yes, I would say, yeah, definitely. That's where they would really have some expertise on how they're kind of managing different age groups, especially what you're dealing with more the school age children being out for the summer. Daycare to childcare. Yeah. Daycare, childcare. Yeah, absolutely. Some are daycare. I know some are childcare. It depends. And I know some of you all may have after school programs as well too. So I think that's it. Now I have a lot more in store. I would love to see you at Childcare Millionaires Live. I'm putting together so many goodies because I want to make sure that people have an arsenal, not just of common behaviors, but how to be able to handle them. SOPs, things for staff, things for referrals to doctors and outside agencies, whether it's special education if the child's over 3 or under 3. So I hope to see you there. Oh yeah, that's good too. Looking to do more of a big brother, big sister thing. That's an awesome way to put responsibility into students. I love that. The mentorship, the helper model is a great way to give responsibility as well too. And it also helps with modeling, definitely.
Yeah. Kimmy, this was such good information. I have a few follow-up questions, and I was looking, as some people were saying. So I want to clarify. Someone was asking, how long should summer camp be? Most of us running these summer camps are running them in childcare centers. And for my sweet lady who said, please say childcare, listen, childcare, daycare, I know we don't care about the day, we care about the child. I get it. But I'm going to tell you, if you're running SEO, you better put both because people still search for daycare. But we do understand the professionalism in our community. We know we are the ECE community. So sometimes we use those words interchangeably. But what I want to tell you is most of the time our camps are going to be between 8 and 12 weeks long, depending on your public school system, because a lot of times we're getting in kids from the school system. And this is what I want to talk about. If you have an intake process, make sure you screen and you ask those great questions so you can support the child appropriately. So it's nothing wrong with saying, does your child have an IEP? Does your child have any special needs? Does your child have any preferences or behaviors that we should know about? Every child is not created equal, but I'll tell you, every intake process should be. Some people think, oh no, my baby has no. And some say, well, they like to play by themselves. But they don't tell you if somebody take their toy, they just turn it to a WWE wrestler. So one of the ways that we can really help our children is having a better intake process. I know I saw one of my friends on, her name is Robin Kimmy, and she gives her parents like an acceptance letter, like it's from a college. And they go through like a screening process because she wants to make sure that they really can meet the needs for that student. It doesn't mean they're not going to take a student that needs extra care, but they want to look at their student mix. And I suggest that for everyone. So Kimmy, any final words? Thank you so much for being on with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you all.
Yay, this was phenomenal. Can y'all give Kimmy some love in the chat? And I do know this. I do know as we are preparing for the summer that we need to make sure that we are doing a great job of having conversations with our teachers as well about our class mix, and that's why I'm excited about our next presenter. So we've talked about curriculum. We talked about you as a leader, but what about your teachers? What about your teachers? So our next speaker will be focused on helping you with your teachers. Yes, Rachel says she's looking forward to talking to you at the conference. Guys, Bobby, will you drop the link to the conference? And I want to say congratulations to all of you who have grabbed the curriculum for your school and you've grabbed ECE Learning Lab that comes with a ticket. Comes with the ticket to the conference. So we cannot wait to see you guys at the conference. It is amazing experience. Childcareevents.com is the link to the conference. We have some ticket specials going on right now. And so we would love to see you there. But we will be talking about how we prepare as an owner, as a leader, as teachers. How do we prepare our classes? One of the things I want to really advise you about is looking at the student mix in your classes. So one teacher is not overwhelmed and overloaded, and another teacher has a group that's easy peasy, right? We like to make sure that we look at the mix, we look at the experience of the teacher, we look at the need of the students, we look at the requests of the parents, and this helps us really have good student mix in our classrooms, and to make sure that every single student has the opportunity to make sure that they're being well taken care of. So as we go throughout this day and you get strategies, kind of let us know. What are some of the strategies that you are going to be using leading up to your summer camp? All right, guys, before we bring our next speaker on, I just want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for sharing out this video. If you have another owner that you feel like, hey, they can really benefit from being here, make sure you tag them. Up next, we'll be bringing up our very own Tiffany Spears, who is not only a part of our Elevation Mastermind and our Ascension Mastermind, but she recently got both of her schools nationally accredited. So you do not want to miss a moment with Tiffany Spears. All right.
It was not in the plan. Half of what happened this weekend was not in the plan. When I tell you there was a spirit moving through here, let me tell y'all this. I'm a strong believer in open windows and open doors. And what that means to me is when God provides you the opportunity to walk through or jump through, you need to take that opportunity. Some of you all had the opportunity of open windows and open doors this weekend. There has been so many personal stories shared with us as coaches about how the devil tried to stop you from coming, about how your finances wasn't there. Your leader who you was bringing couldn't find a babysitter. Somebody fell and hurt their knee, getting in the car coming here and still got in the car and made it right. That is a testimony to this was where you were supposed to be. You see, when something good and better and greater is coming for you, the devil gonna try everything to stop you from getting it.
Here's my worship, all of my worship. Receive my worship, all of my worship. Here's my worship, all of my worship. Father, receive my.
We cannot win without a team. We cannot win without our leaders. I want you to grow and glow all at the same time. Take that energy and bring back to your team. Owners, it is important that we continue investing in ourselves, our knowledge, our growth. When you connect with the right people, your mindset grows. Your energy gets infectious and contagious with wanting to do more and get more.
So the spirit of homecoming was also about the spirit of realizing that you have people that you have to go back and touch. And as I look at you and say, okay, we touched these lives this year, we will never know the ripple effect unless you come back. We will never know what the fruit of the labor was unless you come back and you begin to tell us of the good work that you have done. So Sunday is definitely a highlight for us at the conference. Our conference is 3 days. Thursday, we start off with a welcome reception. Friday and Saturday are full days from 9 to 6. On Friday night, I always host an amazing party. So we're hosting our Jungle Royale where the wild meets royal. It is going to be amazing. And then on Sunday morning, we end with our gospel breakfast. We end at about 1 o'clock on Sunday so everyone can get back to their centers for the next week. So if you've never been to a Childcare Millionaires conference, we invite you in. We'll be dropping seeds all day. And this next person I actually met at a Childcare Millionaires conference. Hey, Miss Tiffany, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
We are so good. Do you remember your first conference?
Yes. It was awesome.
What was that experience like for you? Yay.
I feel like
for owners who have never been.
Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
I feel
Yes,
like it was
there's a little bit of a
something that
delay.
I've been asking about. Okay.
Go ahead, Tiffany. We can hear you.
Oh, for the conference, I feel like that was something that I've been praying about. A community that understands what I go through every single day. And so when I attended the conference and it was geared towards early childhood leaders and owners, and I've been to many conferences and many times it's about the teachers in the classroom and behaviors. But what about me as an owner? What can I do to help my business grow and stay afloat? So I felt like it was a community I've been looking for years.
Yay. Well, we definitely love you and love you being a part of our community. We know one of the things you've been working on recently is your teachers, taking them through national accreditation, taking them through class scores, and really investing a lot of time and love and energy into your teachers. So when I thought about, well, what would our teachers need for summer camp? You definitely popped up in our minds. So I cannot wait for you to share with the community all of the great things that you've been doing. I'm going to get out of your way and we're going to get your presentation up. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Today, my name is Tiffany Spears. I am the owner of childcare centers in New Orleans, Louisiana, Tyler's University 1 and 2. Today, we're going to talk about getting teachers ready for summer camp. Of course, they are the ones in the classroom. They need to bring high energy, high engagement, and high expectations. So let's get started. So our training objective today is to prepare our teachers to manage summer camp with structure, safety, and engaging activities. So we're going to go over 5 of the most important summer camp tips. So number 1, we have to plan ahead. We never want to jump in the moment. We need to make sure everything is planned out so we can be organized. Number 2, we want to keep students engaged. Of course, we just spoke about different behaviors. If students are not engaged, that's when you begin to see those behavior issues. We want to 3, maintain structure. 4, prepare for the behavior. And 5, we want to deliver what we advertise. We never want to advertise we're going to do all of these wonderful activities and field trips and we don't deliver. So tip number 1, plan before children arrive. So how can we do that? We want to do our weekly lesson plans. We want to have all of our materials prepared. We want to also have backup activities because we all know things happen in the childcare world. We go in one day and we're like, oh, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a crisis happens. And so we always want to have something backed up in relation to what we originally have planned just in case. And we want to have a clear schedule. Some of the things you can do to plan, you can have weekly lunch and learns. What I do with my staff, I do a Zoom with all of my centers. About 1:30 in the afternoon, our children typically get up for nap at 2 p.m. And so I have everyone get on the Zoom and we do little mini trainings. And that way the children are at nap. The teacher, they can focus for the most part. Of course, we have some of our little learners who wake up a little early, but we all on a Zoom and they're learning different things. And so you can have staff meetings, you can have little mini trainings, just 30 minutes, something quick. And that is some ways that you can do to plan on your schedule before our children arrive for the summer. Tip number 2, we want to keep students moving. So you need to make sure you're rotating your activities. We want to make sure it's hands-on learning. We don't too much in my childcare center do a lot of diddle. We don't allow diddle sheets. I know some people do, but we typically like it to be hands-on, creative, all of the artwork. We like it to look different, each individualized to that child. So for example, if you want to do a cutout of an apple, we cut the apple out and you could trace it on construction paper and they can decorate that apple, color that apple. Of course, some kids may want a purple apple, a yellow apple, a red apple. It's their choice. And so we want to make everything hands-on. And we also want to do movement-based engagement. With that, we're always moving. Of course, our young kids should not be told to sit still. That's not what they do. They like to move. They're 1 and 2 years old. They're infants. We want them to be able to move around and to rotate around the classroom and touch your different areas, your science, your housekeeping area, your manipulatives. So we want to make sure we're able to have activities where it creates movement. Tip number 3, maintaining structure. So you need to have a daily routine. We've been talking from day 1 to up until this time that we have to make sure we have routines. If we don't have structure, it does create chaos. All of your staff, your teachers, everyone that plays a part should know exactly what their role is. And so we need to make sure our daily schedules are posted. If you have a summer calendar, I just got some awesome ideas from yesterday. I'm going to create a calendar and we're going to have an activity for each day. We particularly do year round, but we don't really transition out for the summer. But I just got awesome ideas where I'm going to make this summer really, really fun. I've thought about having a snowball truck come, thought about having a petting zoo come. Like I've gotten some great ideas to implement. And we want to do consistent supervision. Supervision never ends. It never, ever ends. Sometimes I go in my classrooms and I do a little test. Hey, good morning. How many kids do you have? If a teacher has to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have a problem. You should always know how many kids you have in your presence. And so sometimes do those pop-up visits, but we need to make sure our supervision is consistent. Backs should never be turned to kids. These are very important things. And you also want to have clear expectations. We all have seen how to do Chat GPT. You could jump on Chat GPT and do a SOP in less than 1 minute. So it's no excuses. And that way, have your clear expectations, your SOPs, have everything in place for your staff, your teachers, your summer staff. Everyone knows what they are supposed to be doing. Tip number 4. We're all familiar with this one. Prepare for behavior. We all know when we have such large groups, such older children, behaviors can arise. So we need to make sure we have some positive guidance. We need to redirect behavior, stay calm and consistent. Someone just mentioned something that I was going to talk about, having a calming corner. Some people do conscious discipline. There's many things that we can do. Have fidget toys, ladies and gentlemen. Have different things to prepare for the behavior so you're not caught off guard. And we know exactly what to do when these behaviors arise. And so we know how to redirect students. Again, You can have a 30-minute Zoom. Hey, today we're going to talk about redirection. Have staff. I have my staff role play on these Zooms. So we're doing role playing. We're doing examples. We're doing scenarios. So that way everyone can be prepared for these behaviors. Tip number 5. This is very, very important. You want to deliver what you advertise. Again, I just spoke about I want to do some fun things for the summer. I'm going to create a flyer for my parents and my families, and I'm going to let them know what we're going to be doing this summer. So that means me and my team need to get together and discuss and create that calendar on, okay, what we're going to do. We're going to do snowballs this day. We're going to have, I want someone to come out and do face painting. So we need to make sure anything that I put on that flyer, I am actually putting in place. So if you advertise, you must do it because consistency builds trust with families. Trust me, and I'm sure you all know, if you don't do something and you put that out, the parents are going to tell you, oh, you said this, or y'all advertised this, or that's false advertising. We don't want to get into that. We want to have that trust with our families, and therefore we want to make sure that whatever we advertise, we are delivering. If they're going to go on these awesome field trips, we need to make sure they're on those field trips. If you're going to go to you're going to do swimming or water activity, have whatever come, a magician. We're going to have a magician come to our center that we had previously before. When we advertise that, you must stick to that. So when you're planning, make sure these are things that you can deliver. So don't just put it on the flyer to look all pretty and cutesy. Make sure that you're going to actually put these things into action. So what should we train our teachers on? We talked about classroom management, safety procedures. I told you, go in there, make sure they know how many kids they have. Make sure no one back is turned to the kids. Make sure we're in ratio. Activity planning, plan out your activities. Another thing you can do, you can have like a Saturday training. Brandy spoke about how they plan on going into the weekend and give our teachers a couple of days off. There's many, many creative ways that you can do these things. Make sure teachers know the engagement expectations. High engagement, always engaging with kids, not just sitting idle. Always talking to kids. In our state of Louisiana, we have to implement class. With class, we have to talk to kids consistently, ask higher order thinking questions, challenge those kids to think and not just ask those basic questions. What color is this? Yes or no questions. Just one word answers. So you want to tell them what those expectations are. And just what we just talked about, family communication. Many of us use different apps like Playground and Brightwheel and many more out there that they have. And so you want to make sure you're communicating to your parents exactly what you're going to be doing this summer. If you have water play date, they're going to need to bring some swimming clothes, towels, changing clothes, or whatever. Make sure we're communicating on time, before time, so our parents can also be prepared. And that way our teachers are not frustrated, we're not frustrated, and our families are not frustrated. So again, implement what you advertise. So we want to make sure we're following our schedules, we're engaging our students, we're preparing our materials ahead of time, and we want to deliver promise experiences. So anything that we say we're doing, again, we need to make sure it's implemented. And things happen, things change. So maybe something happens where that person can't come do face painting that day. Just put a message out in your app, your Playground or your Brightwheel or whatever else you use, and let the parents know, hey, we had a little schedule change. We're going to do face painting on Thursday, or we're going to move it to next week. So communication is always the key. That's always the most important thing, is to communicate, because we all know life happens. So some fun student activities. Some of the presenters have talked about this, and you all are familiar with some of these things, but you can do different science activities, cooking activities, dancing. Brandy talked about doing Zumba. Zumba is really, really fun. Different art activities and a lot of in-house field trips. I just recently was looking up some in-house field trips. Again, you can have the petting zoo come out. You can do community helpers, have a fire truck come out, an ambulance come out, police officers coming out. You can have your local dentist office. They come out and talk to the kids. They usually have puppets and different items to keep kids engaged to talk about different health and taking care of the teeth. So these are all in-house field trips. You can have a magician come out, their petting zoo. All of these things, everything doesn't have to be where you have to travel. Think of some creative ways where people can come into your facility and do fun student activities. Some science activities. You can do volcano experiments, sink or float activities, bubble science, plant growing. Many of us, we plant little beans and you know that sprouts out really, really fast. And so those are things that you can do with your students on a daily basis this summer and put a little spin or twist to it. There's many, many ways that you can do these things, and there's many activities and ideas that you can get off the internet and on get ideas from different people. If you're in a community, you can reach out to your sisters or your brothers in the community and share ideas also. Here are some cooking activities, doing some fruit kebabs, some trail mix. You can make smoothies. The kids will definitely love that. I know my kids love to eat. When the cart is coming down the hallway for lunch and breakfast and snack, they start cheering and clapping. And it's like, eat, eat, eat. So we all know food wins the kids over. So you never can fail with a food activity. There's different no-bake snacks that you can also do with your kids. Movement and dance activities. You can do different freeze dances, obstacle courses. Though you can create obstacle courses. I think it was might have was Dr. DeShannon talked about pool noodles. You can go to Dollar Tree and get those for $1 and create all kind of obstacle courses. Play musical chairs, Zumba for kids. And if you notice, these activities really and truly will cost you little to nothing. And so everything doesn't have to be paid. It could be different things that you already have around your center. Go look in those storage closets. Go look in those classrooms. There's a lot of activities and materials that you can use to create these different activities that you already have in your centers. Art activity ideas. You can do painting. One year we did tie-dye. We tie-dyed our shirts. We let them dry and then everyone wore them for a day. So we had tie-dye day. So not only did we just wear those do those shirts and create them, the children were allowed to wear their artwork. And so that was really fun and they were excited about that. And we took a group picture. Collage making. Again, there's stuff in your classroom. You can make a collage daily. Sidewalk chalk. You can get that at Dollar Tree if you don't have any already. And go outside and let the kids write on the sidewalk, on the concrete. I do allow them to write on the building. It's chalk, so it can come off. So however you do it, but there's different art activity ideas. So again, we talked about this, just reiterating in-house field trips, having a firefighters come out, a magician, a reptile show, having a dance instructor come out. They could do hip hop. They can do different dances, Zumba. You can do you have someone come out and do yoga. Have someone do a science show. So if you Google, that's what I did on yesterday. I actually Googled some different things in the area to see what type of activities I can have where they come inside of my childcare center because we don't do field trips outside. And so we do a lot of stuff in-house. So here's some teacher resources that many of you are familiar with. So you have like TikTok. I'm on TikTok and getting ideas, not just for being on there, but I get a lot of resources off of there. There's a lot of activities people post that they've done. Pinterest, oh, that is my all-time favorite. Pinterest have so many different ideas beyond just the classroom and activities. We have Frog Street curriculum. We have creative curriculum. We have one of our very own, Coach Tamika has Crescent City learning material. So these are all resources and curriculums that you can use, and just going on the internet and just Googling different ideas that you can get for your classrooms and your teachers. So here's some important reminders. Preparation prevents problems. We have to be prepared. We do not want to just jump into something and not be prepared and say we're going to do all of these wonderful things and we're not prepared to implement them. Engagement creates success. We want to make sure it's highly engaging. We want to keep our kids. This prevents some of our behavior issues. Some of our kids are bored, and that's why they go and start hitting, fighting, biting, or whatever else they're doing. They need to be challenged. They're bored. Consistency builds trust. We want to make sure we're consistent with everything that we say that we're going to do in our summer programs, because that builds the trust with our families. Because if we do these wonderful things and these kids are going home happy and excited, and like if you tell them, guess what, guys, the snowball truck is coming tomorrow. Who wants a snowball? They're going to go home and tell their families, we're getting snowballs tomorrow. Oh, what color are we going to get? I want a red. I want strawberry. And so when the day comes and that truck is not there, that's a problem. And so for a family and for a child. And so we want to make sure we're advertising what we're going to do. Inspect what you expect. I learned this phrase at Childcare Millionaires. And when I tell you, I use it to the fullest, because you have to inspect what you expect. Many times we go in classrooms and we just ask teachers and staff, oh, did you do this? Yes, I did it. And then when that time comes, it's not done. We can't just go off of words anymore, unfortunately. We have to inspect it with our eyes. Meaning, if I asked you to prepare an activity, I need to put eyes on that activity that is actually done, not just word of mouth. And it's a challenge sometimes, because you want to feel like you trust everyone to do their job, but in reality, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we have to put eyes on it. And so as owners, we need to be making sure we're inspecting what we expect from our leaders. And leaders, you have to inspect the staff and the teachers. And so we always want to make sure we're inspecting what we expect. Sometimes you have to go into the classrooms, into your facility, with a different lens, because sometimes I go in my center as I'm Miss Tiffany. Yes, I'm the owner, but I may go in there one day and look as a parent. So now I'm a parent walking through my building. Would I want my child to attend this childcare center? Is it cluttered? How does it smell? How does it look? Are the teachers engaged with the children? So then you go in as a teacher. Would I want to work here? You go in as the owner, making sure that everything is done and prepared, and that your facility is clean, is inviting, is welcoming. The staff are pleasant. They're making sure they're speaking to all of your parents, your families. We need to inspect these things. Go in with a different lens, not always going in as the owner, but going in as different people to say, would I want my child to go here? And I think that was my last slide.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany. So you had some wonderful ideas. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is the times you meet with your teachers. Because I hear so many owners say, I just don't have time. I just can't get it in. But we hear these same owners kind of talk about what their teachers are not doing. So I wanted you to reiterate like how you make time.
Yes. So as I said, we typically take nap time. So our nap time is from 12 to 2 p.m. And so in between that time, we go on and we get on Zoom and we do mini trainings. Sometimes our trainings is really, you can do 30 minutes. You can do 3 times a week, 2 times a week. So there is time because between that 12 and 2 time, let's ask ourselves, what are our teachers doing? Some are, yes, some do lesson planning because our protocol is during nap time, you should be updating your playground app. You should be making sure your kids have changing clothes in their cubby and also doing your lesson plan. And we do teaching strategies goal. And so we take that time during nap time, put them on a Zoom and do these trainings. So there is time. We just have to be a little more creative and make time.
I love that. And tell me about the results you've seen. I know the results, but tell them, because I just remember us having this conversation. It's like, this is what I'm going to do. And then I remember you coming back and be like, oh my God, this has really helped me build relationships. Our teachers are scoring higher. Tell them a little bit about the results.
As I mentioned, I'm in Louisiana and we have to do class assessments, and that's where the state comes out and score our childcare centers in our classrooms on teacher-child interaction and engagement. And so our scores wasn't doing too well. And so I had to sit down and say, okay, we need to make this better. What can I do? And so I came up with the mini Zoom trainings. We started doing those trainings literally like 2 to 3 times a week, 30 minutes on a Zoom, teaching the teachers about class. Again, we did role playing, we did PowerPoint presentations, we did all of these things. And so all of our scores increased. Every teacher that has gotten observed, their scores increased. And so when we started getting the scores back, it built the teachers' confidence up. They was like, I did it. Oh my God. And teachers are coming to me saying, oh, Miss Tiffany, thank you for that. I understand it because I broke it down. I went back literally to the basics and broke down what class is, what's it about. I defined words. Like I literally took them to school and all of our scores has increased.
And the great thing about that is, guys, some of our teachers come to us, they have degrees. Some have CDAs, but most don't, right? And so what you've done is leveled the playing field, because one of the things we know is training. If it's consistent, if it's follow up with, you can get just as much traction with a person that has a degree, right? So you're actually also teaching them how to communicate with you, able to identify problems. So going into the summer, find a way, not just teacher appreciation, giving some cookies and donuts. No, find a way to connect with your teachers, because they are the ones who connect with your babies. Thank you so much, Tiffany. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Y'all give Tiffany some love in the chat. I want you to drop one thing that you can do with your teachers to make sure that they are ready for summer. Come on, drop one thing that you can do with your teachers that will make them ready for summer. Now, we are going to talk really quickly about our summer camp in a box. I want to show you, everybody put show me. I want to show you what you'll be getting if you get our summer camp in the box. So I'm going to go through that, and then we're going to bring up our next speaker, Coach Nat, who is going to tell you how to market your center. So I want to make sure you do not miss a moment of what she has to tell us, all right? I don't want you to miss even a moment of what she has to tell us. So summer camp in a box is on sale. There are 2 ways that you can buy summer camp in a box. And we went over this the other day. You can buy just the curriculum, or you can join our ECE Learning Lab, which also comes with 12 months of support. So we want you to run the best summer ever without running yourself into the ground. So you're like, okay, Brandy, you're saying I need to meet about lesson plans. I need to train my teachers. I need to market. Oh, how am I going to have time to do all of that? Well, we've done the hard work for you. So if you want, you can just tune in to what we're doing. And I'm going to tell you exactly what everything includes in Summer Camp in a box. And I want to thank those of you who have already purchased it. If you are in Elevation Mastermind, you only need to grab the curriculum only. And there is a code in your messenger group for you guys to get that special discount if you are in Elevation. All right. So we want a summer that offers clarity for childcare owners, that's organized, that's engaging, and that's easy to run. How many of you want an easy summer? If so, put easy in the chat. And I know that you guys are encouraged by the speakers, but I also know that you're still running your regular program. So we wanted to give you a summer that's easy to run, so you don't have to carry the whole summer on your back. Instead, you can use our ready-to-use system. So why does this work so well? One, it is a strong program for all age groups in your building. Now, some of you, I know you only do infants, toddler, and pre-K. Some of you only do after schoolers and you have a big after school program, but we designed this to work across multiple age groups. And I'm actually going to show you, since y'all said show me, I'm going to actually show you some examples of what you get. This will help your teachers to feel more prepared. If you can go to your teachers in May and say, listen, you don't have to create a lesson plan, but you do need to follow it. You do need to prepare. Then for you, you don't even have to create a supply list because we've already created for you. We've told you every single book that you need to get. And let me tell you guys, my directors go to the library with the kids once a week. We grab our books for the library. We don't even spend a lot of money, right? Because how many of you also want to save money? If you want to save money, just put money in the chat. So we want to make it easy. We want you to save money, and we want your center to feel organized. So again, you can purchase it two ways, just with the curriculum, or you can purchase the ECE Learning Lab experience. So we have a special for the summit. The curriculum only is $5.99, and you get 2 summers of curriculum. Or you can purchase the ECE Learning Lab, and you get the curriculum and a little bit more. So with the curriculum, I'm going to go over that first. You get 10 weeks, which is 2 full summer curriculums. So you get Summer Camp in a box and our Safari Summer Camp, right? It's 2 different summer camps. You can choose which one you want to use for the summer. And the great thing is you can use the other 10 lessons to kick off your fall if you choose. Everyone includes a teacher's guide, daily lesson plans, a literary guide, field trip options, parent newsletters, sample graphics, and resources for your kids. And the best thing is we train your teachers, right? So one of the things that we know is that you can buy something, and if you don't know how to implement it, it's not as good. So we will have a training day for your teachers. We'll have one leading up, and then we'll have one in June to do the second part of the summer camp. You can even opt to do a private training with your staff if you want to. So that's everything that's on the curriculum side. Now, if you want to spend just $200 more, you can get our ECE Learning Lab, which offers 12 months of support for your staff, for you. So our ECE Learning Lab, we meet every single month. You have a vault of childcare tools that you can use year-round. We have speakers every single month. I'm in there every single month. We have Q&A. And if you're signing up now, it will include the curriculum as well as a ticket to Childcare Millionaires Live. Now, the great thing about the ticket to Childcare Millionaires Live, you can use it in May, but if you already have your ticket or you cannot attend in May, you can also use it in November. And the ECE Learning Lab option is just $200 more. So this is the option that we think is the best. However, you have 2 ways to choose. So here's a comparison chart. Both of them include the curriculum, right? Are you with me? If you're with me, say with me in the chat. All right. Both of them include the curriculum. So literally less than $50 a week. All right. If you're doing the summer camp, you got 20 weeks of lessons. It breaks it down to literally about $30 a week. That's it. You get lesson plans for the groups. I'm going to show you an example of what that looks like. It covers all age groups. You get a teacher guide that explains to the teacher what they're teaching and why. You get a literary guide with the books that are in each unit. You get parent newsletters. They're in Canva. You can edit them very easily. It has a space for you to add information for your campus. Then for a summer camp, you will meet twice to train your teachers on summer camp. You also get the supply list, and you get about 6 sample marketing graphics, all right? Now, if you do the ECE version, you also get 12 months of support with our monthly huddle calls. We have monthly implementation workshops, and we have monthly expert speakers. And we have a vault of about 50 to 60 resources, as well as about 100 classes in there. And so you also get that accountability and support all year long instead of just the curriculum. And our biggest bonus is you get a ticket to Childcare Millionaires Live. And so we wanted to offer the bundles in a way that can make a real difference for you, okay? So for the curriculum, you can execute your summer with confidence. You can get your team ready, and you can have the structure you need. But the ECE Learning Lab also offers you a way to not just run a smooth summer, but you don't have to figure it out on your own. You have a whole year of support with us. So when you click on the bundle, and you let it know which bundle you want, it will open up the link. And it will take you to our purchase page. And on our purchase page, you can see there's option 1, curriculum only, and then option 2, the ECE Learning Lab. You can also upgrade on either option if you want us to train your team in a private session, all right? We'll have group sessions, but some people want their team trained in a private session. We take Afterpay. There are all kinds of Klarna payment options here for you. All right. Everybody got that? All right. So 2 options. Everybody put 2 in the chat. You can choose from these 2 options. But I want to show you what it looks like. So when you get your curriculum, you'll get a drive with all of the things that are included. I'm going to stop sharing my screen this way, and I'm going to share what some of the documents look like. All right. So here is the summer camp in a box. So you get 2 versions of the curriculum. Let me reshare. I'm going to stop sharing that. I'm going to share. All right. Sorry, guys. I deleted something, so I couldn't see it. All right, here we go. So in our summer camp in the box, as you see, you'll get the lesson plans where you can simply download them. Each week, you will get activities and crafts for your kids to do. They have the instructions in the summer camp in the box. You'll get books that we have for each unit. You'll get the character education. And every unit is built out the exact same way. also will get your supply list to help you just navigate the curriculum. The other thing I want to show you guys is this summer camp safari option. I'm just showing you a few of the tools that you get within side of what we're doing. So the teacher's guide will explain to the teacher the actual unit that he or she is teaching, because we love our men in childcare as well. And so they will always have a full understanding of what they're teaching inside of your classrooms. We also will give you a supply list. So this is what our summer camp safari one looks like. You will get your supply list of what you need to buy each week. And some of the things you'll already have right there inside of your center, and some things you'll need to buy. Bobby, they said, can you drop the link? It is childcaresummercamp.com. Okay. And then I want to show you the way the lesson plans will be provided. We wanted to make sure that you guys had everything that you needed. And I'm showing you both options. The design on the options are different to make it easy to tell the two apart. So I'm going to show you what the lesson plans look like. All right. So this is our Safari Summer Camp version. And so the lesson plans in both will open up. And as you can see, this is the infant lesson plan. And it's clearly stated what they will do. Then you have the toddler group, the pre-K group, and then we have our school age group. Each and every week we'll have a lesson plan per age group, right? And then you'll have your second week of lesson plans. So the teachers can easily print it out, and the teacher's guide will actually explain what they do in those activities at length. So when I tell you everything that we can think of is there, including our newsletters that you'll get for your parents. Those newsletters are housed in Canva. So you can easily edit the newsletters for your school to make it easy. We provided information for the newsletter, but we also left a space. So Vakia Elevation gets 50% off the summer camp. So for you, instead of $5.99, it's like $2.99. All right, good question. And so everything that's listed there is designed to make summer easy peasy for you. I'm going to pull up a sample of what the newsletters look like. And I'll show you how easy it is to edit them. All right. I'm switching screens because I wanted you guys to see how massive this is. So here are your newsletters. And for each summer camp, there is a set of newsletters that match the theme. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. All right. The kids say, yes, ma'am, I'll take it. And the great thing, it comes with 20 weeks of lessons. So here are your newsletters. They're already designed. So here's are some instructions to edit the newsletters. And each week, you can go in, you can change the date because some of us will start in June. Some of us won't start in June. So we give information about the camp, a parenting tip for the week, child safety. And then if you have a field trip, you can upload that info. And then we have a second page for your personal announcements for your school. Okay. So each one of the summer camps, because as I said, you get access to an A year and a B year. Each of them will have their own set of newsletters. And so both programs are fully functional. And the great thing is you get instant access to many of the materials. We're updating some of the dates, but all of the updates will be made right there for you in the portal. So once you purchase, you'll get a link. We hold everything in our portal called Thinkific, and you'll be able to download these resources. Now, these resources can be used for you and your team. There is no maximum limit of teachers. As long as there are teachers that work in your ecosystem, there is no sharing across centers, okay? Just want to make that clear. We try to keep the cost low, very functional for you guys to make sure that it's easy peasy. So again, you receive all of those things that we just went over for the low cost of $5.99 if you do curriculum only, or $7.99 if you do the ECE Learning Lab with the curriculum. So I want to show you our second set of what the parent newsletter looks like. And then we're going to get ready to bring our next speaker up. But we wanted to make sure that we really gave you guys an opportunity to preview the curriculum before you purchased it. Is this helping you guys? If it's helping, let me know, right? Because sometimes you purchase something and you don't know exactly what you're getting. We did not want that to happen. We wanted to make sure we give you guys the full opportunity to see some of the elements. So this is the Sensational Summer Camp in a box. So if you use that one first, this is the way your newsletter is. It gives you the instructions of how to edit it. And then here we go. Same thing. We do the highlights of what we're teaching that week, the parent tip of the week, the academic and field trip where you can put in your field trip. And then we leave a space for your announcements. Then we leave a blank page for anything else that you would want to add. All right. So we are definitely making sure that you have everything you need in your summer camp in a box. We try to make it easy for you to purchase it, making sure you have different payment options. So all you need to do is go to childcaresummercamp.com. When you go to childcaresummercamp.com, you can purchase whichever option that you want. And we are here to support you throughout the whole time you're using the curriculum. We will do a training for all of the schools who purchase the curriculum. We will record that training just in case you and your campus cannot watch it live. But we also have the option to do a private training for your school. So hopefully you guys will join us in our summer camp in a box. And we will make this summer easy peasy for you. All right. Any questions, you guys can drop them in the chat. We want to take the hard out of the summer, take the heat off of you, put the heat on us, because we know that getting that summer camp up and running, it definitely is a chore, right? So let us take some of that off of you. All right. Any questions, you can drop them in the chat. Any questions, you can drop them in the chat. your center. You have to be able to market your center. So that's what our next speaker is going to talk to us about, how to turn those tours into tuition. Hey, Coach Nat, how are you doing today?
Hey, girl, it's Saturday. I want to, first of all, hey, girl, I just want to give a round of applause to everybody who is just like hanging out with us on this Saturday morning, investing in your business, investing in your childcare center. You know, y'all could be at the Walmart, or hopefully you're not at the Target, but you could be at the Target. You could be anywhere, but you decided to be with us this morning. And I really, really have enjoyed Kimmy, and I enjoyed Tiffany, and I know Dr. Connie was here this morning. So I just want to applaud everyone, because sometimes it takes a moment. You have to kind of take a pause and invest and learn and all of those things in order to move forward. And so, as Brandy was saying earlier, we know sometimes the summer can be like a fall off time, but we know that it does not have to be. So hopefully you are getting those summer packs and you are taking advantage of those offers. Hopefully we're going to see you in Houston, May 14th through the 17th for CMA Live. And I'm just excited. I've been up all morning, like waiting on my turn. I'm like, when is it my turn? Right. And she knows I don't even get up in the morning, y'all. I'm not the morning person, but I'm so ready.
That's so good. So let's give them a little information about the conference. So I don't even think they know all that they're going to be walking into in May. This is going to be probably one of our most explosive conferences since, I don't know, Homecoming was great. Childcare Land was great. I don't know. We are just, I don't know, up in the ante.
Yeah. I mean, and I see Roseline saying thank you. So first of all, if you've never been to a Childcare Millionaires conference, you don't know what you're missing. And you may say, why y'all keep talking about this conference? Well, it's because to me, it is the nucleus of, you know, kind of how we start our relationships out with you and how you're able to experience us. We call it edutainment. If you've ever been to a conference or professional development and you fell asleep, it was because you were in the wrong room, right? So we make sure we make sure that you not only are learning, and we also put the best people in front of you, but we also make sure that you have a real good time. So our theme this year is Wild About Childcare. Y'all see me rocking it? I'm rocking it. I'm getting ready. I'm channeling it. I got my leopard on, but it's Wild About Childcare. And we are literally going to turn this conference into the wildest experience that you have ever had in your life, as well as, again, bringing to you the things that you so desperately need, connecting with those, vendors and speakers, but not only that, connecting with your fellow childcare cousins like Miss Tiffany that you met today. I see Vakia is in here. Those who understand what you go through, they know what you go through. They look like you, they smell like you, even though they may be from another state or another region. We get one another. And I think sometimes we really underestimate, Brandy, the power of community. Many of these people who come to the conference, these owners, these leaders, their business, their life, their mindset, it is so different just because they decided to get on a plane, get in a car, a train, an automobile, have their best friend come with them, and they decided to be in that room and do something different. So I'm excited.
Yes, so those people who purchase the curriculum with the ECE Learning Lab gets a free ticket. And someone said, is there one in November? Yes, there's one in November. You didn't know that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
They get the free ticket. Oh, yeah. Well, I heard it earlier, but I didn't know before I got on the call. Y'all, that ticket right there, and we'll talk about November in a second, because there is one in November. But what I'm saying to you is, don't put off today, tomorrow, what you could do today. Where you could be by November, you could step into that room and your business is in a whole new place in November. But yes, we do have another conference in November. I know some people have graduations and proms and things in May, but if you can find a way to get there, I want you to actually be in the room. And those of you who are investing in the curriculum and you're getting the free ticket, y'all, I mean, the value of it is just, amazing. And again, if you've never experienced it, do yourself a favor. Say, you know what, this is the year I'm going to do what I've never done to get what I never had. I'm going to find myself in H-Town, which is my city, y'all. I love Houston. I'm going to find myself in H-Town, and I'm going to be in that room with Childcare Millionaires. I'm going to get to high five Coach Nat. I'm gonna get to hug Coach Brandy, but more than that, I'm gonna get to invest in myself and my team. Even if you're on here and you're not the owner, right? If you're the director or you're a teacher, girl, go ask. Go ask. You have not because you ask not. You need to be in that room, and I can guarantee them that the return on their investment will be so great. That we'll, like many of our folks, we'll see you for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. We have people who have been with us for 10 conferences, guys. That is just how life-changing and impactful it is.
Yay. So I'm going to bring Coach Nat right back up. But Coach Nat, I'm going to toot her horn. She plans every single conference, every single detail. We stay in the best hotel in Houston, the Westin Galleria. Is actually inside of the Galleria Mall. So there's no need for transportation. We're the same distance from both airports. But if you're in the Houston, Texas, Louisiana area, get in your car, Austin, San Antonio, get in your car and make it to Texas because it is going to be amazing. But I am going to give her a quick break, but I'm going to show you guys some of the foolishness that we do at these
times. They get to see the videos.
One of the things that I know about homecoming is it's a celebration. And it's not just a celebration about you, but it's a celebration about those that you meet, that you knew, that you made memories with, and that you're going to make memories with. We're going to exceed expectations of the world. You know, they say things like, I know you work over there at that little center, that little daycare, with them little kids, with your little employees, and you got your little house. Ain't nothing little over here. This is Texas, right?
Have a hard conversation, you can't be a leader. If you're afraid of people, if you need everybody to like you and want to be your friend, you can't be their leader because you're going to lose. And you said you're here to win.
We want you to know that the kids that depend on you each and every day, they think that you're the biggest person in the world. They love you, and, you know, we just really want to thank you as owners for what you do in the business every single day.
Oh, it's on me? I was on it. Yes, y'all, that is a glimpse of what you experience at Childcare Millionaires Live. So hopefully you can join us May 14th through the 17th. If you bought that package, the curriculum, go ahead and get your plane ticket, your train ticket, your bus ticket, and make your way to Houston, Texas. For those of you who don't know me, for those of you who are meeting me for the first time, I am Coach Natalie Woods West. I absolutely love Childcare Millionaires, and I love helping owners, directors, and leaders be productive, be profitable. And today we are going to be talking about just that. Now, listen, y'all, hopefully y'all are awake. I know it's lunchtime. It's time for a little lunch, but stay with me. I only have 30 minutes. Listen, I love a tour. I know some of you may not be your favorite thing, but let me say, I have this little thing that I say that says, to know me is to love me. And I don't care how great your social media is, which I do want it to be great. I don't care how great your website is, which I do want it to be superb. But when you bring someone into the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 walls of your center, if you cannot convert them, usually we need to figure out what's going on, because we want to learn how to turn tours into tuition. Hey, that's my bundaloo. We want to learn how to turn tours into tuition, and it is very, very possible. So I want you to grab your pen and pad. I want you to sit up straight. I want you to listen today, because most of us, as we're even talking about the summer, one of the things that Brandy talked about was that, your summer enrollment is a feeder into your year. And so typically, if you can get a kid in the summer, unless they're school age, if a family tries you out in the summertime, most of the time you can get them to stay. And so your summer enrollment is extremely, extremely important. And what I find is a lot of times you don't have an enrollment problem, you have a tour problem. And some of us are not even focused on tours. That phone rings, you answer the phone, or whomever answers the phone, they talk to the person. But how many of you, every time that the phone rings and it is a potential parent on the other line, that the goal is either to enroll them on the phone or it is to get them into your building for a tour? Right? And so if your goal is to get them in for a tour, I want you to put tour in the chat. If it's not, I'm going to talk to you about why it needs to be. The average parent is not going to enroll over the phone. Now, every now and then, because I am a sales rock star, every now and then I can get our parent on the phone, and by the time we finish, they feel like I'm their best friend and they are ready to go. But most of the time, even if I get them to the point where I've learned a little bit about their family, I know who they are, I still want to say, you know what? I'll say something like, can you come and see me on Thursday? And they're like, you know what, I can. Or they'll say, well, maybe not on Thursday, but I can be there on Tuesday. And so that is my goal, though. When that phone rings, so whether that's you or someone you're training, the goal is to get them into your center for a tour. Now, I could teach a whole nother class on your center being tour ready. But I'm going to assume in this conversation that your center is tour ready. Now, we can talk about that another day, but I'm just going to assume that your center is tour ready. So I want to get them in for that tour. The next thing that I want to make sure of as I'm talking to them, because we're in class now, y'all, so I want you to stay with me, is I want to make sure that I get them to tour during a time where my center is the most active. So what's the most active time at your center? Somebody tell me in the chat. When do you think that you're buzzing and you're rocking and you're rolling? What time of the day is that for you? I want you guys to share that with me. I can tell you what time is not, while y'all are putting in the chat what time it is. What time it is not is nap time, right? It is not nap time. But come on, I'm waiting. I know my chat may be a little slow, but I want you guys to tell me, what are the times of the day that your center is really buzzing with activity? Morning and early afternoon. I like it. Hey, David, girl, 9:30 to 11:30, 10 o'clock. So you want to schedule your tours when there is action. You want to schedule your tours when they can hear the kids singing and learning and going through their circle time, or they're doing a special activity for the day. When you tour during nap time, it is a snooze fest. It does not give them an idea of your personality, what it is that you do, what you stand for. So now if a parent just says, I can only come on my lunch break, we're not going to deny them. But I want you to understand what your goal is. And that is to get them in there, Miss Pandora, between 9:30 and 11:30, or when the kids get up from nap. So maybe that's between 3 o'clock, and 5 o'clock if they need to come in the afternoon. And so I want to make sure that you're not touring during nap time. So I want to put you into what I call the tour conversion system. There are some things that you need to do before the tour. There's some things you're going to do in the first 5 minutes before the tour. In the first 5 minutes of the tour, I should say. Then I want to talk about the experience. And then we're going to talk about the communication, and then how do you close? I'm going to tell you that a lot of times when I talk to owners, what's really interesting to me is we sometimes don't look at childcare as sales. And I know that you're coming from a place of your heart, because that's the only way you're going to sell it, is for parents to know that you care. But guys, you must understand that this is all about the law of numbers. As a matter of fact, we're going to pause right here. Somebody tell me in the chat, how many tours did you have last week? If you had any tours, tell me. I want you to put the number of tours that you conducted in your center last week. Again, I know the chat is, I'm real quick. It's slower than me. So I'm going to wait on that. Put in the number of tours that you did last week, because it is the law of numbers. If you did 6 tours on last week, Vonda, if you did, what is it, Rashir, I think that is. If you did 11, you did 3, Sheila. Come on. David did 4. I'm applauding you, because this is great. Now, if you go to Vonda says all tours enrolled. So out of the 11, I want to know how many you got, how many enrolled. David, out of the 4, Sheila, out of the 2. So Alicia, we didn't have any tours last week, but after you sit in this class today, you are going to have some tours on next week, okay? Now I want to know the conversion rate. Talk to me, ladies. If you posted your numbers, tell me of those 11, 6, 4, 3, and 1, how many did you enroll? 8 enrolled, the rest waitlisted. Okay, come on. 3 enrolled out of the 4. Great numbers, great conversion. So even though we talk kids a lot, I got to talk business with you, right? And so your goal is to turn those tours into tuition. Tuition is revenue, right? And so if we're going to really meet our goals, we have to have a system by which we get kids in the door. Now, whether you're getting tours because you're advertising on social media, you are running ads, you are using your parents as referral sources, whatever that is, when that lead comes in, we need to be able to convert it over to a tour. So here's some things that I want you to do before your tour. Now, mind you, I made an assumption, and I hope that I'm not wrong, but that center is tour ready, meaning that it is clean, it is organized, that your staff know that you are touring. One of my pet peeves, and I have confirmed the appointment before, but I should have said, make sure that your team knows that you are touring. The worst thing that can happen is for a parent to be touring the building and your teachers are not aware, your staff is not aware. We should have good behavior at all times, but we all know sometimes when eyes are not looking, we may be like, hey, y'all, bring me such and such. No. We don't want anybody screaming through the center. We don't want anything to seem unorganized. And a lot of times, if I'm a teacher in my classroom and I don't know you're touring, if I don't know that you're getting ready to bring a potential student in my class, then you do me a disservice by not making me prepared. So the first thing you want to do is prepare your team. The next thing you want to do is confirm the appointment. Now, we use, at my centers, we use an automated system that actually schedules our tours for us, y'all, and it is sexy. It is through Sotellus, and I get tours when I'm asleep. I wake up in the morning and my phone dings and says, ding, 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 you have Maria scheduled a tour for Monday at 10 a.m. And I'm like, oh, look at that. But Maria doesn't realize that she's been talking to an AI chatbot, right? Which is great that she doesn't realize it, because that means that the chat in the AI is doing what it needs to do. But what I need for Maria to do is I need her to talk to me, even though she's made an appointment, even though she's even in that chat. Let me just tell y'all, I already know how old the kid is. I already have an email address because my automated system feeds me that information. But when I call Maria, I'm going to act as if I don't know any of that other than the child's name. So I'm going to call Maria on the phone. I say, hey, good afternoon, Maria. I see that you scheduled a tour of ABC Academy on Monday, and we're super excited to meet you and Joshua. And of course, when she hears Joshua's name, she just goes, wow. Yes, Joshua is 3. He's been staying with his grandmother, because that's the next thing. They're going to begin to feed you the information that you need to know in order to have a successful tour. So now I'm listening, right? So Joshua's been with his grandmother, which means that he's never been in childcare before. That means that her level of heightened anxiety, her level of trust, her level of even maybe understanding of how childcare works, it is going to be very low. So my goal in her tour is going to be able to make her comfortable and even sell her on our family environment. Because even though she doesn't want Joshua at home with grandma anymore, she does want the love and attention that grandma gives. If you're with me, say amen, okay? So you're going to confirm the appointment. So just want to make sure that you can be with us on Monday. The next thing I'm going to ask her is, can you bring Joshua with you? I know that Kimmy talked a lot about behaviors, but if you can get parents to bring the kid to the tour with him, you can see firsthand the behaviors. And within a 10-15 minute tour, you will know how attentive that kid is, how busy that kid is, maybe even their level of academic acumen, because if they run to the wall and start pointing out shapes and colors and numbers, you want them to bring that kid with them if they can, so that you can have a baseline observation of their behavior. You're also then going to send them an email about what to expect. If there are any parking instructions, if there's somebody especially that they should ask for, if you're not during the tour. When you arrive, you're going to park in the front. You're going to ask for Miss Ashley, and you're going to give them whatever they need to know to make sure that they don't have any quirks, or it's not difficult. So we're just paving the way, y'all. We're paving the way. You're also on that call going to ask about the child's age and start date. Now, y'all remember, I already have this age, but now I'm asking, so when are you looking to start care? We're not even at the tour, right? She's not even in the building. She's going to give you that date, and you're going to write that down, because as you tour, you're going to use that in your pocket in order to close the deal. Then the last thing that you're going to do before they get there is you're going to prepare the tour gift bag. Now, y'all, this seems small, but I had a mom literally tell me last week, she said, this feels so intentional. It feels so much like you thought about me that I'm definitely going to enroll my child. So a lot of times when I talk about the tour bag, people ask me, Coach Nat, what do you do? What do you put in the bag? Baby, I'm glad you asked, because I brought it with me today. First of all, I want y'all to travel with me to the $1.25 tree. Now, I know that people call it the Dollar Tree, but we know that it is now the $1.25 tree because of inflation and just complete foolishness. We have to pay an additional 25 cents for these items. But I make my tour bags based on age, okay? So if I am touring, let's just start with our infants. So if I am touring in infants, these are just some samples of some things that I give away. $1.25 tree, you are right. So I have these little spoons, because as sooner or later, you know, that infant is going to move from that bottle and that milk and that breastfeeding, and they are going to need to eat. So in my infant bag, sometimes I have spoons. I also have wipes. Of course, I don't provide diapers, but we all know that wipes are super duper important. I'm also going to include something educational. So I am going to include a book. We want them to know that we're very committed to literacy. I don't know what your centers are known for, but my centers are really known for literacy and for like math. And so we're going to provide a book. Now, because it's an infant, I probably would have done a soft book, but just so y'all see, because at all age levels, I give a book. And then I am going to give a snack. So whether that is my golden bears or my animal crackers, I'm going to do this. For my older kids, I build on this. So for my older kids, it could be a coloring book with crayons, right? If I get into my 4-year-old, my older ones, it's more than a coloring book. It's more like a book where they can write and they can trace, so that I'm offering them something educational. If I'm in my toddler range, I have sippy cups from the $1.25 tree. I have snack containers from the $1.25 tree. And I am simply using just a simple bag. I'm simply using a bag. You can even brand your bag, which I'm getting ready to show you. We print labels with the name of our center on them. A lot of times you think you can't do things because you have to spend a lot of money. Now, if you balling out of control, you could print a custom folder, but we have a label here, and inside the folder, I have a flyer promoting our center and our open house. I have a calendar of our days off, just like the school has a calendar. We have a calendar. That way they understand that we're already creating a culture of professional development. Your parents need to understand that there will be days that you close to invest in your staff. And that's what I love about our centers, is that we have just aligned them around it. I also have this trusty bottle of water. And this is for the parent. A lot of times we focus on the kid, but you also want to make sure that you have something for them. Now, you may be watching this saying, Coach Nat, this is so simple. But I want you to know how much money these simple little things have made us. I want you to know how many kids we have enrolled using these simple things. Now, if you have something that you do unique for your tour bags or your tour gifts, some people print custom items. We've done that before. I want you to drop it in the chat, and I want you to share with the group while we move on. What are some of the things that you offer as a tour gift? But what I want to say to you is one small trip to the $1.25 tree, and you can make a difference in your next tour. So this is all before the tour begins. We're going to let the staff know that we're touring that day. We're going to confirm the appointment. We're going to make sure that they know what to expect. We're going to get that child's name and their start date. We're going to prepare that gift bag, and we're going to get ready for that family to do it. Leslie says she does a handwritten thank you note. I think that is awesome. I think that is that's a really nice touch. So in the first 5 minutes of the tour, somebody put in the chat 5 minutes. Listen, tours are like dating, right? And some of y'all have probably been married for so long that you don't know what it's like to tour and date. But tours are like dating, right? Usually within the first 3 to 5 minutes, you already know if this is a place that you would consider or not. I can tell you, hey, friend, baby, I'm seeing good family on here today. You already know. So in that first 3 to 5 minutes, you got to rock it out. So I know y'all are looking at this slide, but do y'all see that little board that says, welcome to ABC Academy, Joshua? I placed this board in the lobby of our center or outside the door before they walk in. It is simply a chalkboard, the little art board that you set up. One side is dry erase and one side is chalk. Every time a family tours, when they walk up, that's the first thing that they see, and they just go crazy. Oh my God, that's Joshua, that's his name, right? If for some reason I wasn't able to get the kid's name, let's just say when I made that call, something went wrong, I put welcome the Hernandez family. People want to see their name. And so this is a simple little investment that you can make. Get a little chalkboard, put it outside. If you don't have that, you can also print it on a piece of paper, and where they sign in for the tour, we stick it to the wall. We stick it to the table. They just need to see their name. You definitely want to smile and make contact, and you want to compliment their child. Hi, Joshua, look at you. You are so handsome. I bet you're super smart. It's so great to meet you. And you're going to use the things that they told you in the call to begin conversation. No one likes to listen. We've all been sold something, whether it was a car or electricity service. You know, you outside. Nobody likes to feel sold. They like to feel connected with, right? And so, oh my God, thank you, Joshua. I see you. I'm so glad that you left grandma to come see me today. right? Because we know that that's where Joshua normally is, because we already got that information. So you're going to greet them by name, smile, compliment the child, and then we're going to go into the experience. And stay with me, y'all. I am your experience girl, because as you can see, I'm a conversationalist. If you go about a tour with a series of questions, it feels like an interview, right? And so even though I'm walking them through the center, I am actually going on a journey with them. The first thing that I make sure that I do is that I show them all the classrooms. So let's just say, Joshua is 2 years old. I don't really start in the 2-year-old room. I make that my last stop. Especially if you're touring infants. I think a lot of times we go straight to the infant room. I actually start mom in the 4-year-old room, and I try to give her an example of what it looks like as the child grows with us. And then I take her to the infant room. So you're going to make sure that you're going to show all the rooms. And as we're walking, this is when I get to know the parents, right? And so this is our infant room, because remember, he's a 2-year-old. These are our babies. We have special places for our moms and breastfeeding. Now, I know none of this matter to her. Not really, not directly, but indirectly, I'm painting a picture. While I'm in the infant room, because I know she doesn't care about the infant room, I say, so tell me what you do. Oh, well, I'm a school teacher. I teach down the street, or I just got a new job. And so we're going to be moving into there. That is so exciting. So tell me what you do. And so now I'm getting an idea of the career, right? The career gives me insight to the income. Watch me, y'all. And so I'm listening. So he's, I know that he's been home with grandma. And so we're looking more. As I'm in the classroom, I'm showing things like, here's our daily schedule, so she can see what the kids do every day, which then allows me to say, so this is why we ask that kids arrive no later than 9 a.m., because we really get into our instructional time, and it's really important for him to be acclimated. I do give the gift. Somebody is asking, do you give the bag out at the end? I give it in the beginning of the tour, and I'm going to tell you why. Some of the time, if the kid is really busy, I will give them the crayons and the coloring book, and I'll sit them in a class just to see how they acclimate. Sometimes they need, I forgot to say, I usually have a little thing of 100% juice. Sometimes they're thirsty. I need to give them the juice. So I use it. Sometimes I have to use what's in it, and sometimes I don't, but I do give it away at the beginning most of the time. If I don't, I give it when I get ready to sit down with the parent to walk through everything. So really good questions. And let me say this to y'all. I am very informal in my teaching style. So as I'm going through this, if you have questions, simply put them in the chat. I'm paying attention to the chat, and I will stop and answer them, because I do think it's important to get answers in real time. So I'm showing her the schedule. I'm showing her I'm asking about, does the child have any allergies? Because I'm showing her that we post our allergy list. So I'm getting the information, but not like, how old is he? What does he do? What is he like? What is he not? I'm learning that as I go along. In addition to that, I'm also educating her about our program. So I'm going to take her to, in the room where they're doing circle time, and I'm going to let her observe. And then I tell her, so we teach our alphabets and our colors in English and in Spanish. And these are the things that we value. And our parents are very involved here. And this is what we do. Again, it's a conversation. It's not an interview. And so we go to each classroom. Once we get into the classroom that Joshua will be in, I typically have already identified one of my star students who is going to show off, for lack of a better word. And I'll tell you, at Ivy Prep Academy, that is a little Indian girl named Ananya. Ananya is 2, but when I tell you, Ananya knows every color, every shape, and she's barely verbal, y'all. I mean, it's more like she can go to that wall and she can do it. She may not be able to say red, but she can touch red. She can touch. And parents just go crazy because they're like, oh my God, she's so small. She already knows that. I'm going to introduce her to the teacher, who will be the teacher in the room, so they can have a level of comfort. And then I said, you have any questions for me? And a lot of times they may look up and they'll say something like, well, I see you have cameras. Do parents have access to the cameras? No, not here, but I can assure you he's going to be extremely safe. And if there's ever anything that you want to know, we have an app. We post pictures of the kids. We post their activities. We log all their meals, their diaper changes, and we communicate with you there should we need to let you know anything. So you even can answer the hard questions. You don't have to let a parent back you in a corner for something that you do not provide. Now, you may have cameras in your center, but I will tell you, we have them, but they're for our purposes. They are not for public consumption. So we're going through, we're learning them, we're laughing, and we're going to use all of those things that we learned to make this ultimate connection, right? I'm going to listen to their concerns, so she may tell me, yes, he's been at home. Oh, Brandy says, we turn them off. Yes, we turn our cameras off during our tours. Everything that we've learned, he's been at home with grandma, but he needs social interaction. I want him to be learning. I feel like there's only so much he's going to learn at home with her. And so that's, again, why I sit down with them. Once the tour is complete, I have an area, I sit down, and that is where I present the folder, right? And in the folder, I am going to go through some of the key things that parents need to know. The first thing I'm going to do, first of all, when I sit down, is I assume that this child is already enrolling. So when we sit down, I said, hey, come on, let's sit down so we can go ahead and start the enrollment process. You must tell me no. I guess I'm like a bad boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to push. I'm going to try to get it until you tell me I can't have it, right? And so I'm going to sit down and say, hey, let's get you enrolled. Let me tell you a little bit more. This is a pick up and drop off times. I find out what time would they need to pick up and drop off. I go through some of our high level rules and regulations. Mind you, has anyone heard me say anything about cost? No. Unless that parent stops and asks me, I am selling an experience. I am selling quality care. I am selling confidence. I'm selling safety. I'm selling compliance. And so I haven't gotten to the tuition yet, even though we know that it's important. So the reason for turning the cameras off during the tour, Debbie, is our cameras, we have like a TV screen up where it shows all the different views. That means that parent, while they're touring, they may not be paying attention to me because once we sit down, they may be looking at what's going on. Anything could happen. A kid could fall. We just don't want them to have purview into any of our operations. Not that we're doing anything bad. It's just a risk that we don't have to take. It's just the risk that we don't. And some of you all, your screens that in your cameras, they may be in a closed area, so you don't have to worry about that. But ours are in an open area. And Brandy, if you want to add some more to that, you can type in the chat and add there. And so in the end, I am telling them, not really asking them, hey, we're ready for you. Your child can start. Now, if you have a waiting list, that may be a different conversation. If they're not ready to start now, you want to figure out when they're ready to start. And then we're going to invite them to take the next step. And that is walking them through the enrollment process. Now, the next thing that you really need, if a parent is ready to go, then you go. Like it's green light. I mean, whatever you use to enroll, whether that's an app, whether that's a paper application, whatever it is, you want to pull it out and you want to go. If a parent seems like, hey, I really need more time, the next thing you want to do is counter with an offer that they cannot refuse today. And this is something you do have to plan for, right? And so if you've been listening and you feel like it is a money thing, then you want to counter. Well, I tell you what, if you enroll today, we can waive your registration fees. If you enroll today, I can give you half off of your first month of tuition. Whatever you have identified as the barrier, but you got to give them a reason to do it now. If you let them walk out the door, you could have an issue with them returning. Now, we are going to talk about follow-up, but you want that right now. And if you can't figure it out, sometimes you just have to ask, so what would keep you from enrolling today? And so that way you have the information that you need to develop an answer. Someone says, do you have a separate person during enrollment? Who should do the tour? So Pandora, the person who should do the tour is the person who's really good at doing tours. I'm being honest. I mean, and that's different for different people. Sometimes it really is the director. Sometimes it's the owner. Sometimes you have an administrator who's really good. I think it's hard for teachers to do tours because we really need them in the classroom. But if you have a teacher who's really personable and she's a rock star, then I would cover her class and let her do tours. But I can tell you, I typically do our tours, and I don't work in the classroom. But Brandon's saying all of our administrators, but all your administrators should be trained to do tours. But you do need to train them. Like what I'm walking you through now, I know Chandrika's not on here. Like we do role playing. Like I walk them through the school and I show them how I tour, because a lot of times they wonder, like, what do you do differently than us? Well, let me show you. You know, this is a conversation, this is an experience, but all your administrators should be trained. So the close, you really want to thank them for your time. You want to focus on the kid. You want to schedule the next interaction, which for me, really by now, you should be, filling out your paperwork. You want them to leave excited and confident. And the goal, like I said, is not to be liked, because a lot of times people walk away and they like us, but no, I want to be chosen, right? I want to be chosen. I don't want you just to like me. I want you to choose me. And so, again, you'll walk them through your enrollment process, making sure you're focused on, what really makes you stand out and what makes you different. I talked a lot about what you should do, but give me just a moment to talk about some very common mistakes. Number one, talking too much. Once a parent says to me, I know this is the place for my baby, I love it. I had a mom who was 8 months pregnant. She is a police officer. She came to see me. And I mean, within that 5 minutes, she turned to me and she said, this is the place for my daughter. I am ready. And y'all know what I did? I shut up. I said, thank you. And I started the enrollment process, because just as quickly as you can talk yourself into a new student, you can talk yourself out of one, right? The other thing that we do that's bad is like no clear close. Like you never say, this is the place for your child and we want Joshua here. You never say, let's get you started today. That makes me feel like you don't want me. Even if I don't want you, I want you to want me. So your language that you use in the close is very, very important. Even if they say, you know what, let me go back and talk to my husband. Let me talk to whomever, and we'll get back with you. That's great. I would love to meet your husband. Let me know if we need to schedule another time for you to bring him back. Like those are the kind of things that you need to be saying. The next thing is something that it hurts us a lot. And that's no follow-up. Again, the squeaky wheel often gets the oil, right? The person who kept calling, the person who kept texting, that kept following up, you may feel like, oh my God, they don't want to be here. I feel like I'm just bothering them. You got to be okay with bothering people. You have to be okay with, until they tell you that it's a no, it is a yes. And so whether that's through text, and I do a combination, I call, I text. If you have an app system that you use, or that automated system where she scheduled the tour, use all the things until you get a no. And the last common mistake is the first assumption that I made when we got on our class today, and I'm just about done, y'all, that your center was not tour ready. Again, it does not matter how great your program is. If a parent walks into chaos, if they walk into dirtiness, if they walk into smells that are not the best, then your center is not tour ready. And so I want you to make sure, just like your own personal home, before you invite guests over, that your center is tour ready. Otherwise, you are just being counterproductive. You're investing in a mess, and that is not what we want. Not what we teach here at Childcare Millionaires. And if you need to know how to get your center ready or tour ready, then get with us. You need to be a part of our organization. We have checklists. We have things where we can walk you through what that center should look like for a tour. Okay. It's no difference than when licensing is coming. But I want you to understand, if you don't walk away with anything today, a tour is not a walkthrough. It is a conversion experience. And one of the things that I love that Tiffany said earlier is that I walk my center with different lenses. I walk it as an owner. I walk it as a teacher. I walk it as a director. I walk it as a parent. I walk it as a licensing inspector. You got to understand when you get into the tour, you got to walk that center and create that experience from the mind of a parent and what they want. Not because it's your baby, not because you see it every day. This is a conversion experience. And when I leave, if I have not already signed up, even if I'm going to tour I get people say, well, I got 5 tours scheduled for today. I've had one lady, she canceled them all. I said, girl, cancel them. Come on with me. But even if they decide to, I tell them, you know what, you go do that. And I'm going to call you tomorrow and we're still going to get Joshua enrolled. Again, it is always a yes. And so I want you all to understand that you can turn tours into tuition. You got to follow up within that 24 hours. I don't know how many of you watched the first 48. If you watched the first 48, they said, if you do not solve a crime within the first 48 hours, the chances of you solving that crime decrease significantly. I'm going to flip it for you. If you do not enroll that family, that parent, that child within the first 24 to 48 hours, your chances of gaining that student decrease tremendously. So your follow-up is very, very important. I saw Leslie said she does a handwritten thank you note. Maybe that handwritten thank you note is at the end, and not during the tour. But you need to follow up within 24 hours to make sure that you can answer any questions or invite them into the fold. So I am open for questions. If you have them, you can drop them in the chat. But what I will say to you, if you are ready to go deeper, then I do want you to meet me at Childcare Millionaires Live, where we are truly wild about childcare. We're wild about tours. We're wild about enrollment. We're wild about compliance. We're wild about you in general. And maybe you've been on a lot of classes, you've met a lot of people, but I can tell you, we're some of the most genuine, like God-loving, really wanting you to win people that you are going to meet. We don't do this because we don't do this, right? We do this because we do it. I worked yesterday. I had to close the center because I had somebody who had to go home. Vonda's saying, get in the room. Listen, we understand, we know. And if you need help with those tours, if you feel like you don't have the right person, if you need a better system to convert your tours into tuition, reach out to us, connect with us, because that's why we do these summits. That's why we do these classes. Y'all heard me saying in that video where I was like 20 pounds heavier, but we talk about the fact how no one would help us when we got started. And so that's why we're here for you. We want to help you. And I know that your tours are a key thing to your summer program, but not just your summer program, to you having a successful year all along. So if you're going to meet me in Houston, Texas, I want you to put me in the chat. And then I want the rest of you to tell me what is one thing in the chat that you learned during this presentation today that you are going to implement in your tours. Come on, tell me one thing that you learned today. Whether it's the tour thank you bag, the storytelling, the sign outside, the pre-call, right? The getting them ready. What is something that you are going to do differently in your tour so we can get that conversion rate up higher? If you're doing 3 tours a week, you ought to be converting at least 2 of those into students. If you're doing 11, I want to see 6 or 7 of those, at least at the very minimum, be converted. But yes, I definitely want to see you in Houston, Texas. Yeah, Deborah, just go over to the $1.25 tree, Pandora. Make you a trip. I went the other day. I literally spent $50 and I made like 12 bags. So just make your way over to the $1.25 tree. Kayla, how can you connect with me? You can connect with me through Childcare Millionaires. You can email membership@childcaremillionaires.com, and you can connect with me or any of our other coaches or our team members. But more than that, Kayla, if you get on that plane, train, or automobile, I'm not sure where you're from, and you make your way to Houston, Texas, I'll make sure that you connect with me. A lot of my coaching clients are on the call. They're like, that's my coach. That's my coach. They will tell you, I will sit with you. And if it can be worked out, and I know that it can, and it can be done, I am definitely one to hold your hand and make sure. So I want to thank y'all again for taking this time out. This means so much to us that you invest in your business. And y'all, if you think what you got on this summer camp is something, y'all, it is just a snippet of what we teach and how we partner with owners to scale. I'm not going to toot her horn, but we had a member this year who had her first 7-figure year. She's been in business for over 10 years. She made her first $1 million. It is possible. You got to link up, you got to lock in, and you must remain consistent. And some people on this call now can tell you, if you do what you are trained and taught to do, you will see a difference. So I am Coach Natalie Woods West. I am, hey, Jacksonville, Florida. It has been my pleasure to be with you. Brandy, I don't know if you are still with me. I'm here. So I definitely can take your questions. I want to be able to answer them, whether it has to do with tours or enrollment as you go into the summer. Use your parents, y'all. Your parents, as far as summer, they got cousins and aunties and people who have kids who are going to need summer care. So again, run a promotion. Get your parents to fill your center. Parents beget parents, y'all. So make sure you're using your resources that are there. But I hope I did my job today, Coach Brandy.
No, you did a great job. And I just want to remind you, guys, like Nat said, if you love these teachings, the best way to get to the conference, if you don't have your ticket, is to buy the summer camp bundle, get the ECE Learning Lab bundle, because you'll get a ticket to the conference. But this summer, we're also going to be doing some summer school workshops. And the things that she's teaching right now are the things that our coaches will be teaching during our monthly implementation session. So we're going to be having a virtual summer school for childcare owners. And so if you love what you learn here, you want to do that. And we don't just learn together. We work hard and we play hard. As a matter of fact, next year we're going to Ghana. This year we went to Dubai. We started our New Year's in Dubai, and they are going to find that video. We're going to show it to you. But this year we are going to Ghana, and tomorrow we have an interest meeting. So we're not just wild about childcare. We're wild about travel. We're wild about connecting. We're wild about community. So take a look at this video of something that we're collaborating on.
And when we come back, I'll answer Pandora's question.
Yes, guys, we will be. One second. For you. We would love you to be there with us. We will try to get it on together. I'm going to let you come back to do Q&A and bring up Christina.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes. So if you are interested in traveling with us to Ghana, you will not regret it. Dubai, again, like as Avonda said, was amazing. And so you not only can learn with us, but you can travel with us. So, and then Littlebrook Learning Center. So the VIP package will give you that ticket to the conference as well as the summer school curriculum for the two.
No, Nat, the VIP is just $29. I'll put it on the screen. That's different from
Okay.
summer school.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me, I'm going to let Brandy answer the summer safari summer camp bundle questions for you. Pandora, I want to go back and answer your question. You said, what if a tour is requested, but you can't give the tour? And I'm assuming you're saying you personally, because if that's the case, then you need to train someone to do the tours, because if you're the owner, you may not always be available. But you need to train them. If you're saying that it's requested and the time is not available, and then you just need to go back to the parent and negotiate a time that, you know, works for the both of you. Again, want a tour when the center is buzzing, but every now and then I do a weekend tour or an evening tour if a parent just cannot accommodate it. So same day request. You know, again, if that parent is, if you can accommodate it, you can, but if you can't accommodate it, then not. What I would say is, you know, I accommodate same day requests because I'm always ready. And there's a saying that says, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. We keep those tour bags made. We keep those folders made. And unless there's just something going on in the center, or we're having a day where staffing is low or something like that, I really do try to accommodate the same day request. So keep that in mind. Like when you can do it's just like your doctor. When they can do a walk-in, they do a walk-in. But if you can't, then I would just push that parent to the next available time that you have. Okay. So Brandy, are you with me? I want you to share a little bit more about the VIP bundles. It's included, it's $29 for the VIP bundle, and you are able to get everything that you see on your screen. So that's the replays of the summit. Of course, you get the VIP Q&A, which I really love. And that's where you're able to get on and actually ask your real detailed questions. You get the list of the themes for the summer camp and the activities. You get a list of our preferred vendors, which is really great, y'all, because a lot of times you want to do something, but you don't know these vendors. You don't know who you should go with. So we're going to help you with that. You get a field trip template, your summer camp calendar, the 6 summer camp social media templates, the pre-K toolkit, and of course you get your preschool numbers, alphabets, your coloring book, and your activities. Okay. So we definitely want you to grab that. That is only $29. So you are able to pick that up. So Fran, you say when the price comes up early on in the tour, do you say it or do you talk about it? I can tell you that I don't say it because number one, they're already there. So we can walk that through. So, you know, how much is it? And I said, well, you're going to find that our childcare is very competitive or comparable with childcare centers in the area. However, we run a very high quality program. Let me walk you through a few more things, and then we'll sit down at the end and I'll tell you about the tuition. So I try to keep them focused. You know, y'all know, those of you who have been around me know that I'm not a person that is very secretive about price. I just try not to lead with it, but I do think that you should not be afraid of it. I think when you get really antsy about price, you make people nervous. For example, we always have this debate in Childcare Millionaires. Do you post your rates on your website or not? Right? We post our rates on our website because we do know that even if we're running a promotion, we're not going to veer too much further than that. And so if they kind of need to know what ballpark that we're in, but I still try not to lead with it because again, we're selling an experience and most parents are willing to pay a little more for an experience. And then you have some who just cannot. And if they cannot, whether it's your center or the next center down the road. And so good question. So we know that coming up next, y'all, I'm very excited about this next young lady. She hails out of North Carolina, Christina Graham is going to be coming up next. She's going to be sharing with us, and I'm excited because I've had a chance to work with Christina for many, 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 many years, and she's doing great things in her community, in her center. She's an excellent, excellent leader, and so I want y'all to, strap in and get ready for that. There she is. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So before we get you up and running today,
okay,
tell us one thing. You've been listening. What is something that you have learned throughout your, oh my God, how many years have you been with CMA?
Almost 5. November will be
5 years in CMA.
Yes.
Tell us how it's impacted you and changed your business.
God, I got to do one thing. The one thing I guess I will say is just growth. And growth in the aspects of where my mindset was and where I thought I would be. I left the school system and I said, I'm going to run this childcare center and this is what I'm going to do for my life. But to understand that, yes, I can run this childcare center, but I can also do what I want to do and teach other people, and I can help other people. I can also build the life that I want to live and being able to grow in all of those aspects. So there's a whole lot that falls under that, but just to keep it short.
So you saw that you didn't have to be there every day for it to run. And
it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Well, what is beautiful is that we get to hear from you today. So I am going to actually get out of your way and let you take it over. So ladies and gentlemen, childcare cousins, I present to you none other than Coach Christina Graham.
Hello, everybody. So I'm super duper excited about my topic today. I am, we can go ahead, that's fine. But I'm talking about staff stable and stress-free for the summer. So somebody mentioned earlier, we kind of get a little lax during the summer, but I'm talking about how can we still keep it tight, keep it right, and still be able to breathe just a little bit during the summer. So how are we going to build that summer team that actually works? And you can carry this throughout the entire year. It doesn't have to just be for June through August. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Christina Graham. I'm an educator. I taught high school for 6 years. I have been in early childhood for over 20 years. I started in a home daycare with my mother. And so my journey in early childhood has been even longer than my journey as a professional educator myself. I'm the owner of Victory Learning Academy. We're coming on celebrating our 10 years this December. We are a 5-star program in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. But I also like to coach business, aspiring childcare owners and entrepreneurs. I've been in Childcare Millionaires, as Nat already asked, for almost 5 years, and I'm also a member of Ascension Mastermind. So my goal is just to help build strong foundations for everyone else, and so that's what we're going to get into today. So let's tell the truth about summer. The summer is already here. I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago, one of our school systems sent out a notice just to remind everybody. It was like, hey, our kids get out on May 18th. I said, that's only 3 weeks away, technically 4 at the time, but the summer is here. And with the summer being here, what does that mean? Our staff are already burned out from the school year. If we know school teachers, we know they are counting down these last couple of days. So imagine our staff in childcare who are with our kids 12 months out of the year. Vacations are starting to roll in because everybody has lives outside of our centers. Call outs may increase. The ratios are getting tight. My team already knows. We had this meeting on Thursday. We're going to be real tight this summer, but we're going to make sure it's right. We have our school agers getting out. We have some after school preschool children who are getting out and going to be with us all day. So those ratios are super tight. And me as a CEO or as the director, if you are a director, you're no longer working in your appropriate role if you aren't already prepared. You're sitting in the classroom, covering, running the classroom, teaching. And so we're going to try to avoid that this summer. All right, so the summer always feels chaotic, but why does it feel chaotic? Most of the times we are planning for the minimum number of staff that we need instead of real life staffing. Now, are there moments where we try to plan for real life staffing and it still doesn't work? Absolutely. But if we know how to work out of those humps, we'll be good to go. So we hire too late. We realize maybe mid-June, you know what? I need 2 more teachers because I got to meet half ratios when we're on field trips. But guess what? Those 2 teachers have already found something else to do for the summer, or they just said, hey, I'm going to be on vacation because nobody gave me an offer. So we're hiring too late, trying to fix those issues in the moment. We're not prepared. Burnouts are happening. Again, vacations are happening. And as always, throughout the entire year, we have emergencies. So in those moments where we're only planning for minimum staff, most of the time it's because we're trying to save a little bit of a coin. But in saving the coin, you may lose staff. You are increasing stress levels, and we're hurting consistency. I've heard it often, and we want to try to avoid those situations. So what are we going to do in order to avoid those? Now, what I want you all to do is drop in the chat. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. I want you to drop in the chat. What would it feel like? What would it mean if you had a buffer, my directors and my owners, or even my lead teachers who may run the entire teaching staff? Imagine that you had a buffer of about 5 extra people before your team ever needs you to intervene. What would that look like? I want you to drop that in the chat. Hey, Kashana. Hey, Tequila. I see y'all. I want you to drop in the chat. What would that mean for you as a director or as an owner? How would it feel to have a buffer of at least 5 people who are there before somebody even needs you to add to come up with another plan? It might not necessarily mean that you're the person who steps in, but before you would ever need to come up with a plan. What does that look like? I'm going to come back to your comments in just a second as I see them coming in, but we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I will tell you all, for me, what that looks like is one summer in my building, we have a capacity of 45 per shift. On our state ratios, we have to have a minimum of 8 people in our building to cover those 45 scholars. Only 8. So for me, we've had one time frame, one summer, we had 19 staff at one time for the summer where we only had to have 8. And some people may say that's excessive. How did you handle that? But it's all about creating the right cushion strategy. Pandora said that would be breathing room. Nakia said that would be heaven. Nakia is is my early preschool teacher. She said it would be heaven. She loves it. But it would be a great stress-free option. So we're not going to staff for just enough. We want to make sure we're overstaffed. Your staff that are additional people, your cushion, they're going to be there for coverage. They're going to be for backup if somebody needs assistance during a special activity or someone having a challenging behavior. A little bit of breathing room, efficiency, and the most important thing is peace in your building, because just like Nat said, our building should always be tour ready. And we all know those people are going to show up and say, hey, I'm here because I'm interested in childcare. They ain't filled out a form the first, but we're not going to turn them away. So peace and consistency to make sure that we are able to tour them and give them the best that we can. So we're good. So now let's see. Sheila said peaceful. Kyla said helpful. Adrian, better prepared, less stress. Yes, we can go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so I have a 6-part strategy for summer staffing. Number 1, I want you to always be hiring. Again, I've been in Childcare Millionaires for almost 5 years. And one thing that Coach Tamika always teaches us is always be hiring. You're not just hiring when you're desperate for someone. Again, these strategies can go for the summer, but they also can go for the entire year. You're adding in, your hiring is ongoing, not just seasonal, and you want to start now. It is April 25th. And so not when the summer begins. We don't want to wait until June 1st because, again, those people already have other summer plans because no one offered them a position. Those people already have a position somewhere else because we didn't get to them fast enough. So where do I find these staff? It could be college students. It could be high school juniors and seniors. I know in our area we have quite a few schools that have early childhood programs. So we reach out to those programs and see if they have anybody who may want to work for the summer. And we actually have 3 high schoolers who are working with us throughout the school year as well. And so, of course, they will convert over to the summer. They're all graduating this year. So they'll be with us for the summer before they move on to their college careers and other advancements. But those are great opportunities. School teachers who are on break. Sorry, I was reading a comment. Just kidding said, I can't wait to be able to afford to be overstaffed. So I'm just going to tell you, you can't afford not to be. So we will talk about how do you make that work. You can't afford not to be overstaffed. Now, I'm not saying be excessive that you can't manage, but you can't afford not to be. Teachers are on break. Those teachers that are on break, we know most of our teachers only get paid 10 months out of the year. So they still need something for their income, especially if they didn't do those summer cash accounts. Community placement programs. So I know in our area, we have a program that will place high schoolers, children, I think between 16 and 18, and we don't even have to pay for that particular employee. So the program that we have, they pay for them to work a minimum of 25 hours a week. You can have them to work longer if you want to, but we just have to sign their timesheets and say that they have been here, and we can have them to do anything, of course, appropriate, age appropriate to their working that we need them to do. So last summer we had one of our community placement program teenagers. She was an office assistant. So a lot of our paperwork stuff that we needed to get done, she helped with that on the administrative end. People who are seeking part-time, some of your grandparents, someone who may be retired and just wants a little bit to dabble in for their travel money. Our workforce development departments in the community DSS, or your Department of Social Services work programs. We have something called Work First for those individuals who may not be currently working, but it helps to push them and give them opportunity to work. They may have childcare vouchers that give them job search options. Community referrals. So maybe there are your local Boys and Girls Club who have teens that they want to get placed. Your YMCA may have teens that they want to get placed if they're not already involved in their programs. Your host a hiring fair, host a training day. So I know it's been mentioned sometime before, maybe not this weekend, but doing a mass onboarding day where you give everybody the training that they need to have in order to be in childcare, and then you can pull from those particular individuals. Job boards, Indeed, Zip Recruiter, things like that, or even the old-fashioned way, flyers, those little pull tabs that have information on them. I still see those boards up in Sheets and other types of gas stations. You can drop them there. And then also, which is one that we don't often explore, is partnering with local centers. So when we partner with local centers, maybe there's a day where we're a little light on our scholars. And so we may be able to send somebody home. But let's say we have a sister center down the street, or a friend that we have down the street where they're a little tight. They may need someone else. Those are communications that you can have with centers that you all work with and trust. Of course, you have to have that established, but that's something else that you can look at. We got to partner together in the community and not always see everyone as full competition. So those are some other ideas. You can go ahead. We can go to, oh, great, thank you. So number 2 out of our 6-part staffing strategy is to hire with flexibility in mind. So yes, I may need these individuals again. I only had to have 8 people in my building if there were 45 children present, but we had 19 people that were on our staff. So offer 2 or 3 day work schedules, offer some half-day work schedules. You work in the morning, you can do whatever you want in the afternoon, vice versa. Maybe you work in the afternoon, you can do whatever you choose to do in the mornings. Floaters, people who just walk around and help in the classroom and do some of those odds and end things that teachers might not be able to get to during the day when the children are present. And then your nap time assistants. This is one that a lot of people never thought of. So a lot of times your directors or assistant directors are the people filling in to do nap time. Well, maybe let's give those administrators a little bit of a break. Give them an opportunity to have their own break, to be in there getting their administrative duties done, bringing in more scholars, and have someone who comes in literally just to sit in the classroom, help with disinfecting and cleaning during that time, but they are there specifically for nap time. This also could be a great planning time for your teachers if you've tried to figure out ways to do a planning period but can't figure it out. Some other things that would be flexibility is having 4-day work weeks. We all talk about how beautiful 4-day work weeks are. So maybe your staff would agree to work in 10-hour shifts. They still get their 40 hours, but they work 10-hour shifts 4 days a week. Now, can everybody be off on Monday and Friday? No. So you have to also paint that picture on what works. Me personally, I prefer to be off on a Wednesday or Tuesday because it makes the week seem shorter. Give me a middle of the week break. That's just for me. Have rotating days off. So maybe everybody does get an opportunity one day out of the week, depending on how many staff you have, or one day out of the summer, to have a Friday off. But you have a rotation that you follow. So this week, staff number 1 is off on Friday. Next week, staff number 2 is off on Friday. So you rotate who it is that has a day to be off on a Monday or Friday and have that extended weekend. Shorter shifts. So maybe you only work 9 to 12 or 6 to 11, something that's short. Again, nap time support, and then staff who can move in between classrooms. That's your flexibility. Alrighty. Always overstaff with intention and not wastefulness. You do not have to keep somebody on your clock just because you scheduled them. If they do not need to be in the classroom, they don't have to be. If they don't need to be in the building, they don't have to be. So don't throw money away, but make sure that you're protecting your operations. You're preventing overtime. During the summer, there should be absolutely no overtime if you have extra staff. Creating coverage and maintaining ratios, making sure classrooms are always covered, ensuring staff are not stretched thin. We can go to the next one. Number 4. We can go ahead and go to number 4. Thank you, Bobby. Pre-plan your time off. Set the standard. So me and my staff had a meeting this Thursday. Everybody filled out a form, and I'm going to share that with you all. Everybody filled out a form and put in what are their expected vacations, days that they have off. Those are my staff that are already here with us. Required that everybody submits advance notice and explain that it is not that you are doing this for me. You are doing this for your team members, the ones who would have to pick up if you were to do last minute. I'm not interested in denying time off. I just want to make sure that we are planning properly. Okay. Number 5, we can go ahead and move on. So cross-train your staff. Make sure that everybody knows how to work in every classroom. Make sure that everybody has the certifications to work in every classroom. I'm really talking about that infant and toddler classroom a lot of times. So for us, we have to take SIDS, the sudden infant death syndrome. If you don't have that, you can't step into my infant room and provide support where you're the only person in the classroom. So make sure that everybody has it, even if they're not normally in that classroom, and they are able to float between rooms and support different age groups. We can go to the next. And then number 6 is building a backup bench. We've already talked about them. Your on-call staff. Maybe there's somebody who can't come in at the last minute, and so they're a part of that on-call team. Former employees. Not every former employee is somebody that we don't want to bring back. One of my former employees right now is helping to cover some of my night shifts. So I have a second shift. She comes back and she helps to cover that night shift after she leaves the school system. Substitutes, you have grandparents. Now, of course, for us, you have to get those background checks, but grandparents and parents. In our area, there's a lot of jobs that will allow parents to take time off to come and volunteer. So I'm going to give you that volunteer letter. Alrighty. So I got just a couple more minutes, and I'm going to speed through this. I know I've been talking super fast, but make sure that we are purposefully staffing. What would those extra people do? I didn't hear what you said, Brandy. I'm sorry.
No, I said you're good.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So what would you do with those extra people? Let's say I do keep somebody on because I know maybe it's 11 and I don't need you right now, but by 1:30, I'm going to need you, and maybe you live a little bit further. So can you support in the classroom by giving a mini break? We used to give 15-minute breaks. When we can, we do. So we'll let our staff step out for 15 minutes. They can prep the lessons and materials for either the afternoon or the next day. They can assist during transitions. We all know coming in and out or going in and out from playground, potty times, getting meals together and laying down for nap time. Those are very high combustion areas where we could have an extra hand and would be super helpful. Handling, cleaning, and organizing that. Again, things that we typically do on a teacher work day when the students aren't there. This extra person could do that. And then supporting the admin. Maybe they go out and they're doing some footwork and they're dropping flyers because you still have spaces for your summer camp. They can be dropping flyers. Those are all great things. Organizing and cleaning, extra breaks, like Simone said, yes. Avoid, again, overtime at all costs. When you have extra bodies, you should not be paying overtime. Field trip readiness. So For some of us, we have to have half ratios. Most of us should probably operate on half ratios regardless. But for some of us, we have half ratios. So now you got the extra body. Maybe you have somebody who only wants to drive. They don't want to do anything else. I got one of those. We end up pulling her in for some other stuff. But maybe you got some people who only want to drive. And then just coverage back at the center whenever that is necessary. So hiring parents as employees, you have to have your system set up. One of my big things is I try my best when we can not to have that parent working in the classroom with their own scholar. So you can hire them if you would like to, but you got to make sure that you all protect yourselves from any issues that you have seen in the past. So for us, I will hire parents, but I do also treat those parents, and I tell all of my staff, you are not their parent when you are in this building. As much as we want to be, you're not their parent. And I know that you may want to, your babies cry. I know just about all of our children's cries. Your babies cry, but you cannot be their parent when you're in this building. So just setting those standards and those boundaries. But then for some of us, if we know that we can't set those boundaries and hold to them, then maybe it may not be the best. Maybe we just let them come in and volunteer a couple of hours. Okay. So operational excellence. Protect your core staff. Your people who are already there, we don't want to forget about them because this is their primary job. So make sure that you have that discussion with them and say, hey, do you want to have reduced hours during the summer, or do you really want to stick with your hours and we make some adjustments? You want to make sure that you're not always pulling on your strong team members unless it is absolutely necessary. Let them maintain their hours and stay consistent unless they want that break. Some of them do. Some of them aren't going to ask until you offer it. Respect staff preferences. Some want breaks, some want full hours. Let it be known that schedules may shift when emergencies happen, but structure does not have to be stressful, okay? So just make sure that you are considering those who are currently with you first. Alrighty, and then your end results, you're gonna have less stress, fewer call-outs, better team morale, and stronger parent trust because those parents see that y'all are covered. We don't have to say, hey, parents, got to close my info room today because we don't have a teacher. And you are back into your director or your CEO mode. And so in me saying all of this, we can go to that last one. I have a goodie for you all that hopefully you can use. And if Brandy allows me, again, before I get to that, a sensational summer isn't about surviving the chaos. It's about trying to eliminate it before it ever starts. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. And that happens with intentional staffing, clear expectations, and leadership that plans ahead of time. So I have a freebie for you all. And it's a 2-part freebie. I don't want you to leave empty-handed. So you've been here, you've listened, you've nodded. If I have the opportunity to answer questions, I will. But I have made a summer toolkit for your staffing. It goes through a lot of the different things. So scan the QR code. There's also the link. And I think we have a way to get it dropped into the chat. Thank you, Tequila. We have a way to get it dropped into the chat if possibly, so you can click on it, make a copy. But it just gives you a toolkit to work through so you can go ahead and start planning. It looks at what do your average call outs look like. How many time requests do you put in, things like that. And then there's a link to the survey that I gave my staff, very short and sweet, on their expected times this summer. I know one of my staff members wants to be off for about a week. She's already put that in. And then there's also a sub tool in there that you can click on the link that gives you, if you need a visual. So there's a visual that shows you all of your classrooms, who's filling in where, who's assigned to these classrooms, and the hours. You can go in, change the times of your operation. I already have it set up for a master schedule, and then your Monday through Friday. And CEOs, I also dropped an extra tab there for you if you want to do your own block scheduling. So you can use that to your benefit. And if Brandy allows me, I'd be happy to walk anybody through it on another opportunity. But other than that, I am super excited for the summer. Make sure you are staffed and ready to go. Be overstaffed. Again, that person that said, I'd be glad when I can afford it. You can't afford not to, because you don't want to lose your staff members. You don't want to overwork yourself or your team. And you want to make sure that everybody is covered. So thank you.
Yay! You did so good.
Thank you.
Listen, I love that visual. Simone says, listen, I'm a visual friend. Sometimes we need that visual to see, where we're going to put everybody and what makes sense. One of the things I'm going to say, guys, about you affording staff, and I think Christina kind of explained it, because one time she was like, yeah, I got 19 staff members. And I was like, for what school? Like, and we went through kind of like flexible scheduling. And also you got to think about how far do you live from your center. What, like me and one of my centers, my mom and my daughter works there, right? That means if we have a family emergency, that pulls 2 people out of that center. So you also have to have a good mix. To the person who said, what about hiring parents? So if it's a current parent and their child is already there, I probably have some insight on them, their character, if they're a good fit. But if it's a new parent and a new child, I have a 2-week rule. The parent must start 2 weeks before the child. Because I do not want people to only work there because they need childcare. And most of the time they cannot focus training and also focus getting their kid acclimated. So that's just one of our internal rules. So hopefully that'll help you out. But thank you, Christina, so much. I know you do amazing things with your staff. You are the perfect person to talk about this.
Thank you. And I do want to say this because I have to tell my staff all the time. When you overstaff, remind them not to freak out when it is time for those people to go back to their regular job in August. Everything will be just fine.
Absolutely. Listen, I will take a Head Start teacher in a minute, teachers aid, college students, and it works really, really well. Thank you, Christina, for being on. Thank you for the free gift. Guys, we will also add it in our follow-up email. Can y'all give Christina some love in the chat? Yay. We appreciate you so much. Bobby, I know that you were looking for a special video for me. Let me know if you found that video. Guys, I cannot believe that our 2 days is almost over. Just want to review a few things with you. First of all, you know that we have our full curriculum available. It's designed for you to just have an easy peasy summer. There are 2 ways to buy it. You can go to childcaresummercamp.com. You can buy the curriculum only. You get 2 sets, and we need to update the side, 2 sets of 10 weeks of curriculum, or you can do the ECE Learning Lab, which gives you the curriculum and also a ticket to the conference. If you are in Elevation, your code is already in the Elevation group. You only need to grab the curriculum only if you choose to. And that will make the curriculum only for you. It'll give it to you at a discounted rate. So we're really excited about that. And for those of you who buy the curriculum, you will get an email of the training dates that we will do for your staff, right? And there will be a training date. If they can't come in person, we will also have the recordings. And then there's some of you, we had 10 spots. I think we have 7 left that say, hey, I want my training to be, my staff or me to be scheduled separately. That is an option as well. So when you do it, there is a little add-on that you can do to have that separate training for your staff. All right. Now I want to specify, because I got an email. It said I paid $29. I didn't get the curriculum. You won't get the curriculum for $29. The curriculum is $5.99 or $7.99. But I want to go over real quick what you do get for $29, because I still think it is action-packed and valuable, and it's not included in anything else. So for the $29, the replays of the next 2 days, that's what comes with that. There are some DIY things, do it yourself, DIY things. Christina, I know she's laughing, that you can do. And then we gave you some of our signature workbooks. It's about 400 pages of resources. But in the 29, there are no lesson plans, right? There is no curriculum. There are no newsletter. There are no shopping lists. There are no teacher guides, all right? But it is still valuable. So I wanted to be very clear about the difference between the two. Anybody have any questions about that? Because I got an email and it said, I feel like I've been scammed. And I'm like, what? Let's not do that. For $29, there is no curriculum, but there are these resources, all right? We deliver our curriculum through our platform called Thinkific. So you'll get a login to Thinkific with a coupon code. All right, I think I froze for a second. You'll get a link to log in to Thinkific with a coupon code, which will give you access to the curriculum. We will be updating things through like May 10th, but many of the things are already there for you. For those of you who do the $29 VIP or purchase the curriculum, we will invite you to a Q&A about summer on next week where you can ask us questions about your summer camp. So it will come through Childcare Millionaires. I will say check your spam. I will also want to tell you, if you don't open emails from us, they'll start going through spam. So star some of our emails and maybe even reply to one and say thank you. And it lets your email provider know that you like us, that we go together, we best friends, okay? So the email for VIP will come from Childcare Millionaires, okay? Yay. All right, I think that we cleared that up. The other thing that I wanted to remind you guys of is that we do a super trip literally every year. Last year, we did that super trip to Dubai, and we had an amazing time. Next year, we're doing our super trip to Ghana. It is during spring break, March 12th through the 20th of next year. But tomorrow, we have an information meeting. And if you want to join us on that information meeting, you can go to cmasupertrips.com and you can register to talk about really having a wonderful experience. One of the things we will be doing is doing a naming ceremony. We'll be doing shopping. We'll be staying at the most luxurious hotel in Ghana. They have two really great hotels that are like prime time. The Movenpick is one of them, and also Kempinski. We'll be staying at the Movenpick. But it's a great experience, lots of culture, lots of learning. And so one of the things we'll be doing is going to the tours.
I was not ready for the sheer emotion, the sheer beauty, the just everything that this experience is. I've always been one of those people who felt broken because I did not know who I was. I knew my mom, I knew my dad, so I knew that. But being here makes me feel healed. And I want to thank Shaniqua with Let Sparks Fly for giving me this opportunity.
This experience here has been the most moving of my experiences because I was able to plant my feet in the water that our ancestors did. And to my surprise, I got emotional. Actually, to share with my daughter is more emotional, but just the experience altogether is amazing. I will come back to Ghana.
When I stood in that river a little earlier today, and I had been thinking about it because I've had the Zoom meetings and stuff, but something came over me, just like I want to do now, but I'm going to make it through this interview. Somebody in my family, the red thread, survived all of what I've been learning here. I went to the river, and I got washed in the spirit of my ancestors, whether it was a grandmama or grandpapa, but they made it. And I am so happy, glad, so thankful to have had this experience. It has taken me a while to save up for the experience, but I am so thankful that the Lord blessed me to be able to make this trip.
So we are super excited. We'll be going with a company called Let Sparks Fly. They take care of everything. So if you are looking for something to do with your family for spring break next year, I'm very excited about going and taking my children. I just think we do a lot of things as owners and directors. We spend a lot of time with, other people. And so I think traveling is one of the most expressive ways to enjoy life. And so I decided a few years back that I would do super trips. And this is one of the super trips that I've been dreaming about going to. When we did Dubai, Bobby, I sent you the Dubai video. When we did Dubai, I promised myself, okay, I was like, this is amazing. I want to continue to help people experience amazing things. And so we have a lot of places on our list, Greece, Bali. And so if you're looking for a community to grow your business with, you're looking for a community to have fun with, you're looking for a community to laugh with, to be big in the room where everybody can be big, I'm telling you, you're in the right place, because here we believe that there is room for all of us to be great. And that's why we want to share with you our tips for running your camp, our tips for running your business. But we don't want you to be out there doing business on your own. So that's why we have our conference coming up May 14th through the 17th. It's in Houston, Texas. We've kept the tickets really, really low. And we've given people a way to get free tickets through like buying the curriculum. So don't sleep on this opportunity to really be a part of something great, be a part of a great community. Christina said we can all win. Vonda said it's family. And that's really what it's about. We have been motivated to be a family unit here at Childcare Millionaires. So listen, my session this morning, we started talking about building it big. And I just want to go back to what you need to do over this next 30 days to get ready for summer camp. So if you will, drop me one action step that you're going to do. And I'm going to go back to one of my slides that talk about the things that we want you to do, key takeaways from the summit. One of the things we want you to remember is focus on what matters, your staff, your students, invest in your people, look into systems that's going to help you drive your success, like that touring system, the automation systems. Put your families first. Find a way to involve your families this summer. Dr. DeShannon, really impressed upon different things we could do with our families. Protect your reputation. Have a goal of getting some new reviews before summer, some fresh reviews to really help you build up your reputation, new reviews. Be present in your community. Go outside. Go outside your daycare. Drop flyers. Sponsor something in your community. Give out popsicles. Have the snow cone stand. Drive up. Give out free snow cones one Saturday. Have an open house. You got to show up some way. Stay adaptable and inspire. One of the ways we hope that we inspire you to do better, to do bigger, is to really be a part of our community. Whether that's just in our Facebook group, coming to free events like this, or even traveling with us around the world. We want you to be inspired. And then building legacy. Many of us work with our children. We work with our family. Some of us work with our mothers. How many of you work with family? If so, put family in the chat. If you work with family, put family in the chat. We want to be the best employer for ourselves, but also for our family. We want to build a legacy that is far beyond us. Bobby, check your text messages for me. We want to build a legacy that's far beyond us. And the way that we do that is we do it through building a business that far outreaches us. So teaching our our workers and our children and our students how to be a part of the community builds legacy. So here's your summer action plan. Make sure you do that 30-day marketing plan. Make sure you schedule that open house. Make sure you invest in your team, whether that's in our curriculum, a different curriculum, training, a training day. All right. Make sure you strengthen your community connections and commit to quality every day. Sometimes childcare gets a bad rap, but we know in our heart that we do what's great by our families and by our community. We set the standard. So before we get out today, I want to show you a video of how we are building legacy here at Childcare Millionaires. And one way we're doing that is through experiences, through summits like this, through our conference, and through getting
I'm talking about doom bashing. Who does that? I mean, literally flat your tires to drive over the thing.
Everyone's a player, everyone's a favor. Come do me a favor, stay a little later. Everyone's a player, no one is a stranger. Natural wobble shaker, come on, here we go, go. La 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 la
I just want to say that nobody does it like Childcare Millionaires Association. Come travel with us. Come see the world with us. You will not regret it because we're in Dubai, baby. But next, we're headed to Ghana.
Okay, so if you guys are ready for some we are going to have an amazing time in Ghana. So head to our interest meeting tomorrow. It's at 5:00, I think, Central Standard Time. When you go to the CMA Super Trips, it'll just let you book and then we'll send you out the Zoom link on tomorrow. So again, we want to be a part of your story. So make sure that you do these things. Join our Facebook group. We have a low-cost program. It's $7.99 a year. It's our ECE Learning Lab. We do so many things in there for owners. We have our conference biannual in May and November. And we just want to be a part of helping you build a big business. So that is the end of our summer camp. If you had a great time, let us know in the chat. I just want to personally thank all of our speakers, all of our sponsors, all of our coaches. Be praying for our coach Stacy. She was our only coach not on. She is celebrating the homegoing of her brother. So we want to be in prayer for her. But I want to end our summit with a closeout prayer. We normally end our challenges and summits out with a prayer. because we do believe that God has given us this vision. We never want to fumble the ball. And so we always want to invite him to be our first summer camper. I want him to be in our summer camp. I want him to be in our business. And I want him to guide us every step of the way. To all of our childcare sisters, cousins, we love you. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Welcome home. We want to see you in Houston. God, we just thank you for this divine 48 hours that we've had together to really think about our business. We thank you for the vision that you've given us for our schools. We thank you for the communities that you put us in. God, we ask that as we plan for our summer, that you will give us divine ideas, that you will keep our students safe, our buildings safe, our staff safe. God, that you will give us provision for the vision that you've given us. God, thank you for binding us together as a group. God, knowing that we can all win, we celebrate each other, we give each other's grace. God, we edify each other, and we pray, God, that you will give us strength in our bodies, in our hearts, in our minds to take care of your children. We don't take this commission lightly, but we take it with full gratitude that you've trusted us and full responsibility. Thank you so much for entrusting us with your children, with your workers, not just the young children, but you said we all have to come to you as children. We thank you for our staff. We thank you for our families, our husbands, our children that share us each and every day with the community. And most of all, we just thank you for your love and your guidance as we move forward. Be with us, stay with us, keep loving on us as we love on you. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. All right, guys, that is it. Thank you for everybody who joined us for the first time. We'll be sending out something for you to leave us a review and to give us feedback on the summer. Thank you for sharing these last 2 days with us. We truly appreciate it. And don't forget, we definitely want to see you win. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. And we're going to have a great summer. All right, guys, have a good evening.